Well, hello and welcome to another edition of Zombiepalooza Radio. We've got some interesting individuals that are going to be coming on, and on our extreme last hour, which is something we normally don't do, we're going to be doing an hour from 1 to 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time because we have a little bit of a time thing going on that's shifted. So we always try to work everybody into where they're supposed to be and keep everybody happy and all of that kind of stuff. And speaking of keeping everybody happy, we have our wonderful zombie guru co-host who hasn't been on the air in I think way over a year, and I think he's feeling better and more sassier than ever. We have Scott Pearson, head of All Things Green, and our research department for Zombiepalooza Radio. Whoa! Hi, Scott. How are you?
I'm doing well, Jackie. How are you?
Could be better, but I think we're going to be rolling into the right direction this evening. We have Dead Door. Dead Door may be either really, really late or he may not be able to come in at all because there was a family situation at home. We hope that everything is going the way that it needs to go. I think he's on their way back from where they had to go. Hopefully everything is okay. All right, so we're going to get right into this. And first of all, what we normally do is we have the guest introduced to our co-host or co-host. And so today we have Mary Buckham, and she is here. She's going to be talking about urban fantasy and nonfiction. We have a lot of cool things that are going on. Thank you so much to the people that responded also on the Facebook page for the thing that happened right before. And so we're not even going to pay any more attention to that. We're going to keep going. And Mary Buckham, this is Scott Pearson, head of All Things Green. Go ahead.
Hi, Scott. So nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too, Mary. I'm looking forward to this.
Do I get to call you Sassy, Scott?
You can call me that, yeah.
Okay. Now we can tell the publication is in color because he's blushing. I love that. Okay.
Isn't that just awesome? I love my Scott Pearson. All right, but what I love more than my Scott Pearson is my guests who say yes to being on Zombiepalooza Radio and know how to make their mark, even in times of weirdness. So, Mary Buckham, welcome to Zombiepalooza Radio Live. Let's get your interview started.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here. I can hardly wait to see what you throw at me and see if I have to duck or throw some things back.
I love it when people, they can go back and forth with me, and it shows how fast on their feet they are and how diverse they can be in sometimes odd situations. This isn't going to be difficult. This is going to be really cool. All right, so now that I finally got all my pages up and all of that kind of fun stuff, I'm going to go over to where your bio is that I happen to have on my screen twice on the other thing. So we really, really want to get to this. Mary Buckham is USA Today's best-selling author, and she learned to get in and out of trouble early at an early age. You have had lots of different kinds of opportunities. You were actually once detained by Israeli intelligence?
They were the border guards with the big guns. If they had intelligence, it would have been better, but they didn't. They just had guns.
Well,
next best thing, I guess.
We're going to move along because this seems to be a night for that kind of thing. So we're not going to ask you anything that you will need to have, special codes and all that for. So you were and then strip searched by a Greek border patrol while traveling with a priest sneaking into Laos.
Well, the priest was sneaking into Greece. It was later that we were sneaking into Laos with my husband. I told him I wanted some details for a book I was writing. And I told him it was just over the river, but he didn't realize that over the river was in Laos. So things happen.
We talk about some things on Zombiepalooza Radio Live, surprising, I know, but one of them is realism. And I think you have hit the realism Richter scale of 100 by sneaking into a country, and you got back out. So
it's a lot harder to get out of Laos than it is to get into it.
We have to have
FYI.
we have to have conversation way after show about all of that kind of thing. But when you're not personally avoiding nuisances caused by your insatiable curiosity, you create a lot of disorder in your two current urban fantasy series, Alex Nozick and Kelly McAllister. And in your spare time, you write craft books, including a writer's guide to active setting, I should say, writing active hooks, and a break into fiction. You co-authored that with Diana Love. And if you're not hiding out or doing any writing projects, there are lots of links and locations where we can find you. All right, so you have a pretty extensive background that any spy would probably really love, but we're not going to talk about that either. It's kind of like Fight Club. Everybody knows about it, but nobody talks about it. So tell me how you started getting into the process of writing for nonfiction. I'm very interested in our conversation that we had a little while beforehand, that you're interested in teaching people how to write, but not necessarily only urban fiction. You are interested in seeing how they produce across genre.
Absolutely. I think I started writing when I could not find the kind of books that I wanted to learn from, because so many books were either written by someone who had never written, so they were telling without actually experiencing what it means to face that blank page, or they were so specific to a particular genre that it did not translate automatically. So if I was writing a mystery, how does this particular thing that you're talking about in a, let's say, a romance, how does that work in this? So I started writing the books that I wanted.
What kind of general response do you get, if any, about the fact that you are a well-versed nonfiction writer and that you write in urban fantasy? Have you ever gotten any flack for that?
No, it's more a question of where do I get the extra hours in the day? And I sell that for a small chunk of change. But to me, it helps if you're writing two different genres, which I also do, but two different types of stories. It's really good for your brain, because you're shifting gears, and you are not, to be into fiction, if you're doing fiction well, you have to live what your characters are living. And since the last book that I wrote on the Alex Nozick series, I sent her to hell. That meant I was in hell for months. So switching over and writing nonfiction is a nice break.
Was that kind of like Dante's hell, or what kind of hell?
It was definitely layered. She was trying to save a young teenage witch that was kidnapped by a major demon, and that demon took her down below, and Kelly and two of her cohorts had to go down and deeper and deeper and deeper. And it was a case of not only examining, one of the levels was airport lounges, meaning that this whole level is, you feel like you get in it and you can never get out of it. And anybody who has traveled a lot has this experience that they are in hell, literally going on and on and on. But it gets worse and worse the deeper she goes. But it was exploring her response to what she had to face, because we all carry hell in our own selves.
Yes.
And so it was a challenging book to write, a very emotional, conflicted book. And a lot of writers, I'll look at what they write and it will be on a surface. So I love it when I get books that are written there that linger and that you really are challenged as a reader to get into it.
When you go and you write complicated characters, characters that have a lot of layers themselves, you a lot of times will find that you go into their psychology and the nuances of why they do what they do. So when you're talking about creating a character, and you may, if you want to, reference one of the ones that you've already created, or you can talk from a brand new seed point and tell us what that process is for fleshing out the character.
Well, I love urban fantasy because you can give your characters, your protagonist, traits that maybe not the normal individual has to deal with, but they still have a universal response to having gifts or abilities. In my series, both the Alex Noziak and the Kelly McAllister, they are 5 women with special abilities that were tapped to fight preternaturals. Now, there are also 5 women who never really accepted their gifts because they're in a world that does not approve of the gifts.
Okay.
So, for example, Kelly McAllister can turn invisible. But it was not something that her very conservative Southern adopted parents saw as a good thing. And
Okay.
so she always hid this ability. And as a result, when you hide something that is part of you, it will start ricocheting inside of you.
It creeps up on you, and you're like, well, I don't want to do that kind of thing. Excuse me, I got to go chase a cord. It's one of those nights. I just can't get my shit together. All right. Let's see. I have 2 computers that I use during this show, and if they don't stay plugged in, then I'll lose one of them. And I'm trying to move things over where I normally have them so that I can take notes like I usually do. Got to get myself situated. Do you ever have to do that in the process of your creative? Do you have to have your stuff in a certain way so that you can feel like you're together and ready?
Actually, I started writing when I had 5 children under the age of 8. Are we on here?
I lost sound.
Okay, I can hear you.
I can hear you too.
So Scott and I will talk then.
Oh, no. I'm going to have a meltdown. I'm just going to totally, completely have a meltdown. My cord, I guess, got taken out, and I don't understand.
You want me to do sign language?
I know. I know. Scott, can you hear me at all?
Yes, I can hear you.
I can hear you.
This is my first rodeo. I am so sorry that this thing is just going flaboozy. Let me see if I hit something that I shouldn't have. I did. All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Guess what? I accidentally turned the sound off on it. Scott, I got it. Go ahead and mute your mic, please, Scott.
Okay.
So this is the kind of stuff that happens when things kind of go awry, and we are talking to the lovely Mary Buckham, who is so patient with me. My goodness. So we were talking earlier about fleshing out characters, and let's just continue on that. Fleshing out characters for you.
Okay, fleshing out characters in the characters that I'm currently writing are these women who are, it's all about learning to accept your gifts instead of hiding from them, instead of thinking them as a negative, but coming on into your own. But the closer that they come into their own inability to embrace their gifts, the more dangerous their world is. So
Right.
It's a nice catch-22. One of the characters, Alex Noziak, is a witch. part witch and part shaman. But she was never taught about her magic skills because her mother was a witch, and her mother abandoned Alex and her 4 brothers when Alex was very young. So she has a very negative connotation with accepting magic. And part of it she is learning to find out is because she's so powerful as a witch that it was kept hidden by keeping her from these abilities. But
Right.
it's every time that she tries to use her magic, it is almost like tonight on Zombiepalooza, where something is going to go wrong and blow up, and the cord's going to disappear.
Pull out, disappear. She's going to disappear.
Yep.
Something's going to happen.
Right.
I enjoy the content of this work because in this house, I have a very large paranormal background, and I have 6 kids, and I know I have 4 that actually can do what I do. And on the more weirder, spookier side of things do happen that are very odd, and you have to learn how to either deal with it, or you have to learn how to just kind of leave it alone and not do things when you're really angry or really excited, because that extra energy will kick everything to high gear and it'll go kaflooey. All right, so wow. You have a number of different projects that you're working on. One is an online webinar for writers of any genre, as well as online learning at your own pace workshops. And you have a number of topics that you cover in that. Please first, before you get into the gut of that, talk to us about what the name of it is and how many sessions perhaps are available and all of the other cool fun stuff.
Well, the online webinar at this time is called Break Into Fiction, and it is a plotting webinar for commercial fiction as opposed to literary fiction. And it is to help writers understand the structure of story and give them some tools that means that they can not only write a solid story, but write more than one story. And I have this in 2 versions. I do it either in a 4 90-minute lessons and 2 60-minute question and answer sessions, or I do it over 6 weeks, where we literally break down story structure and have 6 lessons, 90 minutes each, and 6 question and answer sessions. And in part of that is also a one-on-one with me, where I talk individually with each student about their particular story. So it is not just theory, it is actually how do we apply what we just talked about. And it's very exciting, because I see writers come in who are just at the point of giving up, are just at the point of saying, I have no idea what's wrong with this story. I have no idea where to go with it. It was really fun to start the story, but you get into the middle of a story and it's easy to get lost. So this is to work with people over 6 weeks. I've done it in live workshops where I do it in 2 days with people. And that's pretty intense, because most writers are not thinking about their plot that long in a period of time. So the 6 week tends to work very, very well. There's a limited number of slots. The next session, I believe, starts here in May, and the last one of the year will start in September. And they're live, just like we're talking here. So I will bring up a topic, I'll be discussing it. You can type in a question and ask me questions. I can clarify. I can give another example. They can say, what about this? So it's a lot of give and take that, to me, is part of the wonderful ability of having an internet, so that you can connect with people. They don't have to fly in anywhere. I don't have to fly in anywhere. But the give and take, because it helps spark that creativity, where you take an idea and it's like, okay, now if you continue along this route, you might encounter this problem at this point in your story. So maybe if you tweak it right here, that will go away and you won't have it, and you can keep going on the story. So it's very exciting and a lot of fun. And I went to the webinar approach after doing the live events, and I would travel around the country and meet with hundreds of writers and work with them on their stories. But that takes a toll. And so rather than do it that way, this is the first year I've done the webinar, and I'm very happy with the response to it.
That's a quite unique way of being able to get into the indie creative's head and help them kind of get their pieces going in the right direction. A lot of times I hear people that are like, yeah, well, I'm really excited about doing this, but I don't know where to go. I don't know where to take this. And then they stop and they just they put it down. Sometimes what they'll do is they'll try to work on it at a later time. And sometimes that's helpful. Are there any kinds of things that if they don't take a course like you, is there any kind of tips that you can give to maybe help them, maybe perhaps with writing prompts or some kind of example on how to flesh out their own idea, maybe in just writing it out, say on paper?
What the biggest challenge that I find for writers is that a spark started the story idea, a scene started the story, and then and then this could happen, and this could happen, and this could happen. And story structure is have you ever met anybody who could not tell a joke?
Yes.
All right. I have my youngest son, if someone said, if he tells a joke, you'll live, but if he can't tell the joke, you're dead. I'm just going to plan the funeral, because he doesn't understand the structure of a joke, the beats of a joke. And that's what happens to many writers, is they think all they have to do is just have stuff happen to their characters. Now, that is fine in a literary novel, but in a commercial fiction, which is mystery, any kind of mystery, thrillers, romance, sci-fi, fantasy, even general fiction, your protagonist must be driving their story. So it is their choices and decisions that then cause them complications.
Right.
And otherwise, you're going to end up with a story that is simply a bunch of events happening and the characters kind of waiting there for the next bomb to blow up or the next bad guy to come running by or the mother-in-law to stop in and visit. It's a very passive experience, and the story flatlines. So writers of commercial fiction have to be very, very careful of that. And I just see it happen too many times. And it's wonderful to see the light bulb go off when they can start seeing how to make their character proactive.
Right. We get, when we go to a film, a lot of times what'll happen to help with pacing is the soundtrack for the film itself. And sometimes we can get clues as to what's going to happen in the build-up or maybe in the release of the tension and into the next scene. I've had some people on that they're very interested in making sure that the action starts right up in the front. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, because we don't necessarily want a whole lot of descriptive before we get to that action thing, because you could be 100 pages in and we still don't know what the deal is. But then there are these other people that are like bam, 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 bam all the time. And we are exhausted at page 6 because we don't have any kind of a lull, or no, there's no ebb and flow. There's just boom a lot, and those don't necessarily work so well, not even in film.
And not in certain types of stories. You're not going to pick up a women's fiction that's like that, bam, bam, bam. You're not going to pick up a cozy mystery that is that tense and that something has to be happening every few minutes. And so the writer has to have an expectation of the give and flow, how they write the movement forward in the story and how they write the breathing spaces. And they're all important. You can't have one or the other unless you're James Patterson. And then you have very few breathing spaces and all, action, action, action. But he even paces his books by using very short chapters. There's all sorts of tips and techniques, but none of it applies unless you understand the structure of the story. Structure of the story is like structure of a building. You can put all sorts of wallpaper up, and it's not going to hold the building up in a downpour or a big windstorm if it is not holding together. So that's why I work in plotting. Then I work in hooks. And hooks are those questions the reader needs raised at key places in the story to keep the reader turning the page.
Right.
So last time you read a book that made you, most of us read right before we go to bed anymore. The average American who is a voracious reader reads about 2 hours, and it's at night. So you have a lot of things working against their being engaged in the book. But there's key places where you give them a reason to turn the page and just read a little bit more. Not necessarily to the end. I'll just read the next paragraph or the next page. If you're reading somebody that makes you do that, you are reading a project that author understands great hooks.
Yes, yes. I have a couple of authors that write in historical, kind of like contemporary. They bring in history, though, and they bring in maybe different places on the planet that I'm interested in. And these are kinds of things that interest me when I go to pick up a novel. What kinds of things do you find that most people, when they do these workshops, are getting the most benefit out of?
I think people who are willing to work, because a lot of us, they say that 83% of the American public wants to write a book, but less than 1% ever finishes a book.
Right.
And of that 1%, only 1% ever gets published. So,
wow.
Yes, it is not for the faint of heart.
I wrote one, and it published.
Yay!
And all of that. So I'm like, I knew it was kind of like not very big, but I didn't know it was that small.
Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty amazing. And because our stories always sound better in our heads than when we start. And for writers, they have to step out of this is a hobby into it is a craft that can be learned, but it is learned with intention. It is not simply, oh, it's Tuesday, I guess I'll write a story. That doesn't work. And a lot of us, based on TV and movies, we get this image of what writers are. They're either in the bar all the time, which that part I believe. They're in the bar, or they are laying on the divan with a special ink pen that they script.
Yeah.
Yes, and their editor and agent come to their house and encourage them to keep writing, or
lock them in a room and give them a little bit of food and some booze, and and do that. It's
no, I've got editors and agents who'd be willing to do that piece. The other piece, no. It's just, it's a business. Once you decide that you are writing something not for you anymore, but for someone else to read, then you have to be willing to step out of your own way to get that book written.
Let's chalk and talk about that's a hashtag. I don't know. Blah. Blah 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 blah. Let's talk about the fact that when a creative goes into writing a piece and they would like it to be read by more than just their family members, and they don't understand marketing at all. They don't understand that they have turned themselves into a brand, and one of the last things that they want to do, although they do want you to buy your book or his book, her book, whatever book, they don't want to talk about it because it's almost like Fight Club. Yeah, I did this, but I'm not going to talk about it but here it is. Not really.
Exactly. Well, and that is part of the whole indie publishing has opened up this great opportunity, but at the same time, a great challenge, because most writers are introverts. They don't want to put themselves center stage. They're happy with being watchers. And the truth is if we took the word marketing out of the picture and use the word sharing. Now, how would you share what you're doing with people who want to know what you're doing? To me, too much social media, the assumption is if you have a website, if you are on Facebook, if you have a Twitter account, then you are branding and you're doing a good job simply because you're existing there, and no consistent message, no consistent behavior, no treating it like, hi, nice to meet you, nice to see you, nice to have you talk to me. I want to hear what's going on in your life. The people who stand there and shout, I haven't been on for months, but here, buy my book, buy my book, buy my book. We all click right past them. And it's a big mistake, and something that then reinforces the whole belief that, oh, it's too painful, it's too hard. And the reality is it's not. It is something that, ironically, the internet is tailor-made for introverts, that you can have in-depth conversations. That is something that introverts tend to love. And it is simply part of how you get your product into the hands of the people that want to read it. And accepting that not everybody is going to love what you're writing is one of the first steps, but finding a way to present it in a way that isn't using a battering ram and make it a passive aggressive approach.
I try to go and learn from people who are best at what they do. And this is part of the reason why I was very interested in bringing you on to the show, because from everything that I have seen on your side of the fence, it is always very polished, but it is not polished in a way where you are way up here and other people are down there, but polished like you're on an even keel and you want to be able to have open, expressive conversation about what it is you do. Now, how long did it take you and whom did you learn from? Because I know that always people who are very good at what they do pay attention to other people who do things better.
I think I am always learning from very different people all the time. And if you're not surrounding yourself, even mentally, with people that know more and are more capable than you are, then you're not expanding your comfort zone. So, for example, Anne Charles is an author who writes cozy mysteries, and they're set in Deadwood, South Dakota. Now, I'm not writing mysteries, but she is brilliant at her interaction with her fans, with her readers, with anyone who comes to her Facebook page, with her street team. Brilliant. I can learn from her all the time. Diana Love is someone else. In person, with presentations. Again, different people have different skill sets. And I think sometimes we can learn by what we see done well, but we can also learn by what we see that is problematic. I know watching your social media presence that I see you're talking, engaging people, throwing things out here, run with it. What are you interested in? That kind of, and that makes people feel inclusive. That makes them feel like you actually see them on the other side of the screen. And I think one of the biggest challenges in our society now is the need to be acknowledged. Because too many of us, when you're a creative and you've hidden the talent a lot or downplayed it, it is simply they want to stand up and say, look, I have written this. This matters. This is my heart and my soul and my blood right here, and I want it to be acknowledged. And it doesn't mean you have to buy every book out there, but simply by engaging in that sense of way to go, is invaluable. And I love social media simply because it is a constant learning ground, and it's flexible, it's changing. You see some people who use it as a therapy. You see some people who use it simply only come on when they want to hype something. And that's a shame because they're missing the opportunities.
I would like to talk to you about pitch and what you do on a daily or a weekly basis to pitch to new people your work.
Well, again, to me, the best kind of pitch is at an angle, not dead on. Dead on, yeah, here it is, read it. To me, it's, hey, what are you doing? Okay, are you a reader? What type of things do you like? Have you heard of, even in book signings, I will talk about other books with people because I love talking about books. And if that is an oblique approach to once we get to know somebody a little bit better, even in a casual conversation, we're much more willing to listen when they are talking to us. When they say, well, why would you know that, or this kind of thing, and you slide it in. Well, as a matter of fact, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not about me standing up and beating someone with my product, but it is about, I love sharing a lot of things. And I love sharing other people's work and just life in general. And then if books come up, great, we can talk books. If they don't come up, we can still talk. And down the road, they may say, I know that name from someplace. And it's not because I've written it on bathroom walls all over the United States and Canada. It is because...
or Laos, or India, or...
Right, yeah.
I told him I didn't do that. Don't. Do you see now? Who are you going to remember?
Mm-hmm.
I love you. You're awesome.
Jackie, I got a question real quick.
Rescue me. Go ahead.
I'm curious. You mentioned something earlier that stuck in my head because the last book I read, which was J.H. Glaze's Night of the Living Inflatable Love Dolls. Very strange book if you haven't read it.
I would have never guessed that from the
but
title.
excellent. It is curious to me that you would mention length of chapter, shorter being page turner, longer being more descriptive. What is the difference between the two?
Okay, one of the tools that used in pacing is the longer your sentence is, the longer your chapter is, the more on a page that is narrative is, you're going to have less white space on the page. The more white space we have, the quicker we have a tendency to turn the pages. So someone like James Patterson uses the lengths of his chapters so that something's always going. He also places hooks at the end of chapters and at the beginning of chapters. So he's pulling you in chapter by chapter. The closer you're getting up to the midpoint, crisis point in the story, shorter chapters, shorter paragraphs, and it's like that music going dun 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 dun. And then you need breathing space afterwards. So that's where the narrative can come in. And longer narrative helps give us breathing space, helps us realize the ramifications of what just happened. And it helps set up what are the choices we have now, what action are we going to take. It has consequences, it has risks. All of that takes more word space. But even in lengths of sentences, if you look at something like the USA Today news magazine and compare it to National Geographic, USA Today is going to have average sentence length is about 7 words.
Mm-hmm.
National Geographic tends to be about 23 words. in a sentence. So this National Geographic is something that you read when you want to go in depth, when you want to relax, when you want to go slow and experience and put yourself in the world in. USA Today is where you want I want the sound bites. I want the information quickly. I need my coffee with it. I need another coffee before I'm done with the paragraph, and I'm on my way. But it makes it just simply by the types of words, the grade level of the words being used, the white space allocation, lots of sidebars, all tell me I can get into this quickly and get on my way. And that's their target reader. National Geographic has a different target reader. Same with novels. We have to know who we're writing to and what they're looking at from what we're writing. Do they want something?
So Stephen King, like a Stephen King adaptation of, I think it was Silver Bullet, was Cycle of the Werewolf, compared to The Stand, which had huge descriptive qualities.
Yeah.
That's basically the difference?
It is. It's one of the major differences, is the control of that, the intention of the author, is where they're putting. And this is one of the reasons I started writing the active setting book, is I saw where people did not know how to use setting. And they would stop the forward flow of the story in order to describe something that did not matter to the story. And the best authors, you are never aware of the manipulation is a negative word, but the intention behind them, what they're doing, guiding you through their story. You're grabbed by the throat and you hang on for the ride. Whether it is a slow-paced novel, whether it's a fast-paced novel, they still are able to do that, so that you don't want to put that book down. You don't want to, and if you put it down, you can hardly wait to get back to it. Whereas other authors who are not as skilled, you put the book down and a couple days later you look at it and you think, oh yeah, I remember I was reading that, but I can't even remember what it was about or where I was. That is not what you want as an author.
Yes,
like,
yes.
Do this.
I'll shut up
do
now
that.
and let Jackie get back.
That was,
I know she has a bunch of questions for you.
you did good there, Scott. Wow, you must be practicing up. I like that. Good stuff. And thank you for your answer, Mary. Appreciate that very much. All right, so you've written a lot of works. What, for you, was your most difficult genre to be able to teach about, as well as maybe perhaps write about?
I think that for me, teaching horror can be one of the most challenging, because either you are inclined to understand and gravitate to it, or when horror is written well, it scares the bejeebies out of you. It should. That's part of its purpose. So being able to teach people to write with the emotional intensity needed for that particular genre can be challenging. Mm-hmm. And so it's a very small slice of the overall publishing pie, but it sounds really silly, but Regency England stories have the same challenges because their readers are fanatics. Mm-hmm. The readers know what they want. They're not going to be vague about it. They're not going to say, oh, well, this might have been okay. No, it's either or it isn't. Regency romance writers in that particular time frame, there's like a 4 or 5 years, 7 years time frame, Jane Austen time frame. Mm-hmm. They know that history. They know what the terminology means. They know the history. They know the nuances, etc. If you mess up writing that Regency, you will hear it from your readers. And the same with horror. Those are probably the two most challenging out there that I have seen. Anything else I'd feel very comfortable. I've written young adult, I've written romantic suspense, I've written romance, I've written urban fantasy. I've written short stories, long stories, in between stories. I write everything except to my mother, and she complains about it all the time. But it's, those two subgenres are very specific, and they require a passion and a dedication to them. Right. That is it pays off, because if you love it, then you want to write it, please write it.
Absolutely. So we're going to talk, I had lots of different questions running around in my brain about content and how you go about doing things. You have a way of being able to shift into different genres and speak about them very concisely. What is it that you attribute that to? Do you attribute it to being extremely well read or well educated?
I think it's curiosity. I think you do have to read. To me, the strongest writers are the ones who are willing to read not simply what they're writing, but outside of that. Find out about that bigger world. Get lost in Laos once or twice. It makes you aware of the nuances. And my mama said that when I was born, I came out asking why. Why is this? And so I read once for enjoyment and once to understand. So when I see something that's not working, I want to know how it could work. And if I see something that is working well, which means I did not notice it first time through, I want to go back and find out exactly how they did that. And if they did it, do other writers do it in other genres too? And only when I find out that piece do I want to start teaching it. So to me, one of the projects I'm working on now is body language for writers, because too many writers simply have raised eyebrows, smiles, and eyes. That's it. Like there's no body, and if it was fantasy or sci-fi, maybe that can get away with it. But in everything else, most characters have bodies to them. And our bodies are talking and communicating all the time. And so that's what I've been studying, is all sorts of different writers and how they use intentionally body language. How do they get it on the page? And it's such a cool tool. And you can use it for preternaturals too, but there's nuances that you can then in your world building bring in.
All right, we're going to shift a little bit to dialogue, because a good part of what you do is you get those characters to speak to each other, but first they have to speak to you. How do you go about understanding how they're supposed to speak and then what they say?
I think if you go deep into your character before you ever start writing, if you understand what they're afraid of and why, that oftentimes drives us in our actions and our interactions, the subconscious. The other thing that drives, there's 6 human needs that drive all people, and thus it drives all characters. And these human needs are always in conflict with one another. And the first human need is to be safe, but the second human need is to take risk. So if we've grown up in a very safe environment, then we want to take risks in sports or in putting ourselves into danger. The third human need is the need to belong, to create an identity, to quickly and easily say, I am this sports team, I am this family, I am this part of the military, whatever it is. But the fourth human need is the need to stand out. So it's this constant give and take. The fifth human need is the need to give. It's intrinsic to all humans throughout time, but the sixth human need is the need to take. And again, if those are out of balance, you have a person who's out of balance. So oftentimes I will look at my character, I will look and see where are they with those 6 human needs. And then I'll make sure I pit them or pair them against someone who has the exact opposite need that keeps them in conflict with one another. So,
Wonderful. I love the explanation of how you create your character. Now, we talked a little bit earlier about the differences, things that make them tick, and that would be like the nuances. But part of the nuances very often is their dialect and where they're from, and then how they sound like from where they're from. Outside of going to interesting places across the globe, do you have any ideas for those who are trying to become better at dialect without having to travel?
Well, the good news is that there's actually, you can type in X dialect into the internet and you can hear all sorts of sounds. The challenge, though, that I find is putting dialect on the page, because too much dialect and we get bogged down as a reader. Mm-hmm. Because we're trying to translate. I just got finished watching the series Shetland, which is set in the Shetland Islands. It's on Netflix, and half the conversation you cannot understand because they do not use the letter J. They just ignore it. That's because of their Norse background. But you get a lot of dialect. So finding the dialect is not a challenge. Getting it on the page can be. And one of the things that I've seen most effective is using dialect. The first time you hear it, go ahead and write it so it has the Irish brogue to it. It has the J dropped from the Shetlands or the Orkneys. You've told the reader that. You've shown that they can hear it. And from then on, only periodically say, the burr became deeper the more agitated they became. We as readers can hear it. We do not need to waltz through pages and pages and pages of someone making the point. So I think that is a very down and dirty way to me, anything that stops the forward flow of the story, you have to really weigh that against the intention of the story. If you have a character, if you're writing a literary novel, for example, you may want to have someone that is speaking such a thick dialect that you have to slow the reader to the point that they are paying attention to the dialogue and not anything else. And to me, in commercial fiction, that's usually a mistake. Not always, but usually.
Scott Pearson, go ahead and ask your next question, please.
My next question has to do with character development. Once you have your character, how do I want to phrase this? What changes do you have to make depending on your setting for the character to be able to function in your reality?
Well, that's a great question. The thing is you don't change your character. You have their reaction to a specific setting. Then you can show that setting from somebody else who doesn't have that same reaction. So if you grew up in, let's say, deep in New York City, and then you were put in Wyoming, you're going to feel very uncomfortable because there's too much space. There's too few people. There's not a lot of noise except for the moose bellowing or something. You're really out of your element. So this character is true to themselves. The setting changes. That means they have to respond to the setting. Too many people write a character as if they are very fluid. And the reality is most characters are not. We have to force them into change. Kelly McAllister, in her series of books, she's a former kindergarten teacher. I needed her to kill somebody. This was not going to come naturally to this person. So I had to give her enough of a reason. Why would she be willing to kill even a bad person, a really bad person? Why would she kill them? And so I finally came up with, there was a puppy dog the bad guy killed. Now, it wasn't a scene I liked writing. It wasn't a scene that all my readers loved reading either. But it was the only way I could see making that character realize how without a soul this evil person was. And so that's when you're in your character, you know you're in them when you are feeling what they are feeling. And if you're deep into them, then you'll know whether they would do something or not do something. You can't change them unless you put them into a situation that forces a change on them. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. You just answered my second question on there.
I like to be proactive that way, you know. Moving right along, we only have so much time.
You thoroughly answered it. I'm curious, when you're brainstorming characters, how do you come up with your characters? Do you use people that you've known, or do you actually dream of your characters? How do you come up with the characters that you use in your nonfiction? I mean, in your fiction.
I think in terms of the situation. When I was starting out writing, I remember they said, find an arson and an arsonist and see how you're going to get the two of them together. And I thought it was a wonderful exercise. And I actually wrote a novel. How would these two people get together and become allies, not enemies? And it was really fun. And ironically, one of the things, when I went to the local fire department to ask them some questions, the arson specialist, it was so cute because they kept trying to solve my fires. And I kept wanting to say, no, I don't want to solve the fires. I want the fires to go unsolved. So how would you, it was going against their nature to do that. So what I look at is the situation. Here's this situation. Who would be most challenged by that? And then the characters kind of step on stage and let me know, oh, I can do this, but I can't do that. It's like, oh, then you're the one I want to be in this particular story, in this scene, because it is, if they can't do it, making them do it in some way.
Have you ever had the situation of having the arsonist and the protagonist, for want of a better word, falling in love?
That's what I wrote the book.
What did that do?
And it worked. But I had to find out, how do you make that? If that's what I wanted, you always have to look at the end of the book. What do you want to happen at the end of the book? And who is it going to be most challenging to? They're the ones at the beginning of the book. Because too many people make it too easy for your character. If it was an arson inspector and a firefighter, that's too easy. But to have an arson inspector fall in love with an arsonist, and an arsonist having to keep what she is doing away from the man she's falling in love, is much more challenging, but much more interesting, because it's the conflict that's driving that story.
Yes, yes. All right. So we have a little bit of a conflict here. I have to let you go, and I really don't want to do that. I would love to be able to have you back on again at some point. I know that you're really busy, but that would be something that we would really appreciate. What do you think about your first experience on Zombiepalooza Radio Live? I'm going to go hide now.
No, it's been lovely. It's a metaphor for the writing experience. If you can't go with the flow and figure out how to make it a win for everybody, then what are you doing in this business? So
exactly.
It's supposed to be fun, and there's enough of it that is challenging, but it doesn't mean it can't be fun. So I love being here, love getting to see both of you and talking with both of you, and I'd love to be another guest in the future.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And what else I will appreciate is if you will give us your links so that our guest, if we still our guest, and our fans, if we still have any, would like to, find you and all of that, please.
You can find me on the web at www.marybuckham, like a deer and a pig, .com. And I am on Facebook at Mary Buckham Author, Mary Buckham on Plotting, Mary Buckham Book Ninjas. I hang out all over the place there. And on Twitter, I'm at Mary Buckham. And I tell everybody the last name is a deer and a pig, except for my in-laws. And my kids grown, and that's a good thing then.
Why is it so important to have such a sense of humor? Because I've just been really just brought up into like feeling really good where I wasn't before, but humor seems to be very important to you. Yes,
well, that's in fact when I first started. When I first started, they told the description was, "Can you write a kick-ass heroine?" And I misread it, and I thought it said smart-ass, and I thought, "Oh yeah, I can do that. Not a problem."
Not a problem. Not a problem. All right. We are. I sent a link out to our next guest, and that would be to Jeff Hewitt, and hopefully he'll be able to click the link and come on in because it is time for him to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Mary Buckham, for being on the show. We appreciate you. It gave him a 403 air one awesomeness. This is going to be one hell of a night.
Hang in there.
Good. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you, and I will talk to you soon. Please go ahead, scroll up and click the red courtesy phone, although I don't really want you to do that. But
bye, Jackie. Bye, Scott.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Well, Scott, guess what? We have...
That was incredible.
She was lovely. I just... when I was talking with her in her pre-interview, I had a really, really great time with her. She was just very charming. I need to go.
I've got so many more questions for her. I'm looking forward to her coming back.
Yeah, me too. I'm going to go and see what the heck is wrong with the link that I gave to Jeff Hewitt. What I would like for you to do is be able to talk about some of the things that you have been involved with previous, if you want to give any shout outs to anybody, or, if you want to see where the heck DD is. I don't know if he may be on his way, all of that kind of stuff. So please go ahead and do that. I don't care if you read from the phone book. Just do something. Thank you.
Well, DD was actually online here a few moments ago, and I'm not sure where he went. But we will find out here.
Okay, cool. So, Scott, I need you to talk. I need you to say something.
Yeah.
Read
there
from
we
a
go.
book. Talk about anything.
Yeah. I've been actually out of the loop for a while, but I'm happy to be back in. I'm looking at the possibility of moving in with a friend of mine who's got a ranch out here in Colorado, and I can do some hay baling and get myself back into shape. I've been kind of out of shape for a while because of the sort of things that went on in my recent past. Basically, I'm looking forward to a viewing, hopefully soon, of Night of the Living Dead Rebirth, which actually I have you to thank for, Jackie, because you...
I love Roger Connors. Roger Connors, cool. Even though he doesn't speak to me anymore, but whatever. He's really busy.
Yeah, Roger. Well, now Roger's got a lot of... he's got like 8 projects going on.
Yeah.
That he's working on now. He's come into his own as not just a producer-director, but an actor. Mm-hmm. And he's really got I'm kind of proud of him myself for everything he's pulled off, because he has turned into one hell of a good actor.
I know,
It all
right?
started with that first movie that he did, Night of the Living Dead Rebirth.
Right.
It's just snowballed from there. So I'm really pleased with how it's turned out for him.
Worked. I'm just going to
Have you
lose
found?
I'm going to lose my hairpiece. That's what's going to happen. All right. Give me content. You want to do this? Give me content. Come on.
Okay. In other news, the possibility of having the actors from Z Nation coming on.
Yeah.
I have been in touch with Russell Hodgkinson and Nat Zhang, and they are both interested in coming on.
Oh, really? Still? That's great.
Yes. And I was kind of saving that for a surprise, but
That's cool.
we are looking at getting them coming on sometime before the beginning of season 4 of
That's cool.
Z Nation. And it's going to be a very strange year for Z Nation, because if any of you remember the end of last season, everybody died.
Yeah.
And it was a little frightening, but somehow they are rolling along with it, and it promises to be an interesting season, because they've still got little Smurfette, as I call her, Murphy's daughter. And she's not so little anymore. She's almost up to 18, 19 years old. The growth of which is presumably due to Murphy's mutated cells. But it promises to be rather interesting. I noticed somebody else just came online.
I think we got him. We got him.
We got him.
Oh! As I yell in your ears and all of that kind of thing. You know, today has just been one like roller coaster up and down since about 6 o'clock this evening, and it gets really odd, and then it gets great, and then it gets really odd. So it's gonna probably be like that for the rest of the night anyway. So we have Jeff Hewitt back on Zombiepalooza Radio live. Bless your soul, because you are so patient with us. I don't know, but I think you might know Scott Pearson. He is head of all things green in our research department for Zombiepalooza Radio. Scott Pearson, Jeff Hewitt.
Nice to meet you, Scott.
How are you doing?
Doing well. I'm glad I was able to make it. I apologize for the stuff with the computer. And
I know it's a thing, and it breaks, and I'll let that. I get it. Let's go. We're gonna turn this into a comedy show. I think it's just gonna be like that. When you do indie, I try to be so serious, and I pay attention to what the guests are doing, and that it is about the guest, and it's not about me and all of that kind of thing. But sometimes this thing takes a mind of its own and decides that it wants to do or not do whatever the heck it is I want it to do. So it'll be like that sometimes. How about like that? Is it ever like that for you, Jeff, in your creativeness stuff you do?
constantly. I'm sure everyone who's been to college or high school or any place where you needed a paper on a certain deadline, that's the day the printer breaks, is a elementary school teacher. Any day that I absolutely need to copy something right then and there, copier's busted. And in the realm of fiction, if I need to send off something for proofing or I need to submit something, invariably I find the wrong version or the version before the version I'm supposed to send, or sometimes I just can't find what I'm looking for. So
you need to be flexible. If you can't go with the flow, you better get out of the house, get out of the everywhere, and because usually they say get out of the kitchen, get out of the kitchen if you can't stand the heat. There's my little southern coming in there, and apparently they'll have some other dialect in there thrown in there somewhere. I had some Sicilian a little earlier in a 12-minute spot that I was kind of like thinking about deleting from history, but my husband's like, no, keep it, it's okay. So for those people who have not met you yet, Jeff Hewitt, tell them whom you are, what genre you generally create in, and what it is that is your latest work, while I go and pull up your information.
well, I'm Jeff Hewitt. I'm an independent author. I mainly work in fantasy and horror. I wrote 2 young adult novels and self-published them on Amazon, and they were both in the fantasy genre. And I kind of hit a roadblock after that point in time in my writing career, and then I started trying short horror, and that went very well. So that's what I was writing primarily in, and then my most recent work, which you did tell me to go get a poster of, and I didn't do that. So people, we will talk about this later, but if someone who knows more than you tells you to do something, you should do it and not be like me. But we have The Tiger of Mysore. It is a pulp action adventure novel with 5 short stories, one of which is about novelette or novella length, whatever like 10,000 words is or so. And then the other 4 are 3,000 to 5,000 words. And they are chock full of action and adventure. If you like strong female characters who are both brainy and brawny, and wizards, giant monsters, any kind of fantasy tropes that you enjoy from Conan the Barbarian and other of the original pulp action series, then you will love The Tiger of Mysore.
All right. Pulp fiction is very interesting, sometimes can be very stark, really in your face, and then extremely elusive. So talk to us about pulp fiction from your perspective and how you create in that.
Well, pulp has an interesting history. It really came out into its own in the 20s and the late teens, and that was when mass market paperbacks really started to take off because readership in the United States started to blow up, especially during the Depression when you couldn't afford to do much else. You could afford a penny dreadful, just an old kind of cheap rag. We would kind of probably talk about them as Harlequin romances today. And they were called pulp because they used the cheapest paper they possibly could, like see-through type stuff, and it was very cheap. And the subject areas were often lurid or fantastic adventures. So you get something from Conan the Barbarian by Robert E. Howard and Edgar Rice Burroughs' original Tarzan stories, to hard-boiled detective novels, and to like true crime and other stuff like that, and the nitty-gritty kind of dark stuff that we would consider today detective stories.
Right.
And that's kind of their origins of the movement. And I think it's largely genre fiction, and today you see it in new pulp. And I think the idea is in new pulp is to let go of the old kind of conceits and misconceptions that were common in everyday belief in the teens and 20s, and repackage the kind of the edgy or lurid stuff that was fun and thrilling about reading these, and then put it into a modern context.
So you have contemporary mixed with almost historical genre writing. What kinds of things do you think would be off topic for something like this, or would there not be anything contemporary that should not be pulp?
I think high fantasy, things like Tolkien, goblins and elves and such, tend to be towards the end of stuff that you would not see in pulp. It would fall into the realm of classic fantasy. Robert E. Howard is my go-to for fantasy, and the Conan the Barbarian series is what you would consider low fantasy or low magic.
Right.
They do have power, but they don't do these great. In general, they don't do great big flashy spells. You get large cryptids or large animals, megafauna, so giant apes, things like that. Stuff that's you would kind of consider like a classic African adventures type stuff. So there might be magic in it, but you're not really sure. It could just be drugs. It might just be rumors. Giant animals, things that are not necessarily outside the realm of human belief and ability. And so again, in high fantasy, you get beyond stuff that would fall into that category. Hard science fiction, I don't think, is a pulp genre, though. The Steels of Cave by Isaac Asimov almost skirts the line because it has a android detective in it, which is pretty cool.
Yes.
But he wrote a little bit after this era, if my writing history is correct. So I think hard science fiction would be right out. Light science fiction is probably okay. Probably a police procedural that was more concerned with the actual procedure rather than the people involved. If you look at Chinatown
yeah.
with Jack Nicholson, noir is kind of like a successor to pulp. So it's not so much about the police procedure as it is about the relationships and the exploring the themes of corruption in the police force or corruption in a town. And it's not so concerned with like CSI, where it's like, these are the steps we took to capture this criminal. It's more like the detective came in with a broken nose and he takes out the bottle of scotch from his desk, and we get to hear his inner monologue. So I think when you get into the more when the realm of fantasy, the more fantastic it gets away, and then in the realm of science fiction or everyday life, the closer to exactly how real life would go is where I think you get outside of the pulp genre. It's kind of interesting in that regard.
Scott Pearson, do you read any of this kind of works?
I do, and I have a question. Is there any topic that you would consider too real to go into pulp fiction?
I would think nonfiction. I mean, obviously, because they're contradictory
Well,
terms.
in
but,
a fictional world.
Well, that's a good question. I see. I was gonna say you get the classic magazines like Men's Life stuff, where it's like the pictures of a guy like wrestling 500 snakes. I was gonna say that, but I mean that's just like pure pulp right there.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think. I mean, I think because of the conceits of the genre, it being about mostly about human relationships, corruption, kind of nitty gritty type stuff, not necessarily procedure again, but just down and dirty fighting and action and adventure. I think that you would be hard pressed to find something within fiction that you couldn't do with a pulp lens.
Thank you very much for that. Appreciate that. And thank you, Scott.
And that stumped me, so you know it's a good one.
Good job. Good job. All right. So I'm going to move from pulp to your anthology with Cohesion Press. And hello, Cohesion Press. We love you. We've been watching what you've been up to. You have your work, Snafu, with them. And Snafu, it's an anthology, and you have your work in there with them. Talk a little bit about Cohesion Press, please, and then about your piece in Snafu.
That was a really great opportunity, and I'm so glad that I was able to work with Amanda Spedding, if memory serves. She was the editor I worked with most closely, and then Jeff Brown is the head editor, and I think the owner and founder of Cohesion Press. I'm not 100% on their business model because I'm just on the author end, but I know that those are the two big names, and they were very kind to help give me a chance because I went against their submission guidelines, which I know that Jeff is not thrilled with because that's his thing, but he said no zombie stories unless it's really good, and I thought my zombie story was good enough, and it turned out to be, fortunately for me. And so they specialize mostly in military horror, and so they've managed to land a couple big contracts with names in that kind of subgenre. And so for Snafu, it was their debut anthology, and they just wanted straight up just military horror. So the theme was units of soldiers, doesn't matter what era, surviving in a horror context. And so my story, called The Tide of Flesh, is set in Napoleonic India on a British border fort, and they are attacked by zombies. Though I don't call them zombies, of course, because it would not be an appropriate term for the time. And I don't, with the story, I didn't do a lot of, we didn't do fast zombies, for instance, and I added zombie animals to capture a little bit of that pulp feel. And to add some interest to it, because we've seen zombies. We've been seeing zombies since George Romero, if you want to go with just the genre itself, or all the way back into the silent film era, or close there too with White Zombie.
Right.
So we're familiar with that. So I wanted to do something more, and it had occurred to me when I was looking at this anthology, and my historical interests as a person who's come into history after school rather than during. I really love the Napoleonic era. I love the Age of Sail. I love the black powder style of warfare. And I said, nobody's done zombies up against redcoats. And so that's what I did.
I have to do a little shifting around with my computer again with my cord, because I looked at my computer and it's not charging, and there's one of these on this strip that I use, and I picked the one that didn't work. Go figure.
While you're doing that, I have a question for you. Something you just said sparked something in my brain, such as it is. Have you ever considered, or would you consider doing a zombie story written from an animal's perspective? That is, the animal is the zombie.
Oh,
and what would you do with it?
That's a really good question. I think if I were to do that, I'd never considered it. So I'll go ahead and say that no, that's not an idea that has occurred to me. Though I have thought about writing a different story from an animal's perspective. And I'm going to crib off myself here, because I wanted to do a story about a family dog that is left behind as a family moves off world for a science fiction story. I think I would almost do that as from the perspective of a family. It's like zombie golden retriever. And so the struggle between as the dog succumbs to the zombification, or even what makes the dog still operate afterwards, I think it would be very compelling to write about the if you wanted to go that way, the zombies' urge to consume the living or to attack the living, fighting against the dog's natural instincts to protect humans, because of course they've evolved alongside us and been bred to do that for thousands of years at this point. So I think it would be interesting to explore that dynamic. So yeah, that's a good idea.
Yes. And I know that Scott, at least he used to, write, and poof, there he goes. I think maybe his welcome to Zombiepalooza Radio, where anything can happen, and usually does. And I just got a drink. Thank you. I needed that too. But this is iced tea for anybody that wants to know. And I guess I'm doing a little, I don't know, you can't see. Unless you know what that logo is, you're not going to know where I got it from. Iced tea, yummy though. I needed that. All right, so while Scott goes to find himself again, let's see here. You have a lot of different kinds of things that you bring to the plate as far as being a creative. And so I am interested in finding out different ways that make your work stand out uniquely from everybody else's.
I would like to hope that my style of writing and voice are fairly distinct, though no one, I haven't seen any reviews to that effect yet, so I can't be sure. I think that what stands out about me is I feel like I bring a lot of new ideas to genre writing, tackling pulp with a strong female lead, and writing Like my second young adult fiction novel or fantasy novel takes a twist towards horror towards the end, and so I think bringing a fresh perspective as an author who has read so much from genre to genre, mixing my love of horror movies and horror fiction with my love of history, where we got our zombie black, zombies versus redcoats sort of story, and looking for historical details in actual Napoleonic India to add into my pulp novel. I mean, it's just a silly story about a woman who steals things, but I think coming at it from a modern perspective and adding in those personal touches is what makes my fiction stand out, along with, I think, a pretty good command of witty or at least interesting dialogue. Again, I'd have to, not toot my own horn too much there and let the readers decide. But
Scott, I need you to mute your mic. Just mute the mic or turn it off or something. You're very, very distracted. Mute it. If I bounce you out of here, you're not going to be able to get back, and I really don't want to do that. So please mute your mic. Find a way to do that. This is a night, I tell you.
when I was having trouble earlier, I was like, it's gonna happen.
Things
Technology,
happen, right. You got to do what you got to do, but when I get distractions and it takes away from what we're trying to do, the most important thing is to pay attention to what the guest is doing, and not so much what my staff is doing. I don't know what's going on, but it is his first time back in about a year and something, so I'm sure it's just a couple of glitches that need to be worked out. All right, so. Glitches. Yeah. All right. So, do you ever get a glitch in one of your characters when you're developing the character and the character turns around, looks at you and says, "There is no way I'm going to do that"?
I actually left a bug in with one of my stories, and I had sent it to one of my beta readers, and it was actually Lakshmi from my Tiger of Mysore series, and I had violated my own idea of not making her overly concerned with romantic subplots, because I haven't written a lot of romance or love stories. I mean, there's some aspect of that in the books I've written, but in one of the stories, she kind of washes up on shore of a deserted island and cries at some point. And my friend's like, "Why is she crying? She's a rough and tumble thief from the streets of a city from the 1800s. I mean, she's been through bad stuff before." And she's crying over a guy that you killed off screen at the very beginning of the story. So it's like, is that really what you meant? And I sat and thought about it, and I said, that's a good point. That is against what I was intellectually trying to do with the work and had just put in, because that's what a genre conceit or just an idea would be. Like, that's just something, woman washes up on shore, there's a dead guy, of course she's upset. And it's not that she can't show remorse that someone she knows has died. It's that the way I did it. And so I went back and tweaked the scene, and that it was a glitch in even what I had consciously been trying to do, which is to write a female character that is independent of
Having to be saved.
Yeah, she doesn't need to be saved. She's on her own and she's fine. She's sad that this man is dead, but it's not necessarily like the end of her world. She exists independent of him, and it's okay to be sad, but it's not for the genre conceit. Again, it's just like, okay, of course she's crying over a man. That's what women do. And
well,
so
you know what though? I know a lot of extremely strong men who have been on battlefields, and they've been in the backs of ambulances and policemen that see just horrific things, and they are very, very strong, and they can go and they can do their job, and they can go home and they can do their things. But then there are certain kinds of things that can happen, and given the set of circumstances, that even those strong men will cry.
Oh yeah.
And if it was in fact that you or have you yet written a scene where a strong man cries over a situation?
I'm trying to think, because in my second fantasy novel, I think, but that's a really good point. And I'm not expressing myself very well on the scene. I think the scene would have worked fine, but I hadn't set it up properly.
Right. Okay.
I know what you mean exactly, because I worked as a 911 dispatcher for 4.5 years, and so it takes a certain kind of personality to do that, and
Yeah.
you get your job done in the moment, and then you feel the emotion. So
Yes.
it's not necessarily, I think, that she was crying per se, but crying in the context of the scene and in the story up to that point didn't make sense. But you're absolutely
That's what we're
correct.
getting at here.
Yeah.
That's because sometimes that does happen, and we find as a creative that we have other influences that are coming in that may or may not be subconsciously sneaking into the piece. Now let's talk a little bit about that. When we're creating a character situation, and I do dabble in writing, so that's part of the reason why I say we there, but uh, we have a tendency to picture everything exactly the way that we would want it. And so that when we go and we do that, sometimes when we're writing and we're just going through the stream and we're writing, these kinds of things that it would be anomalous tend to pop up. Now, are there any occasions where, when you've been caught in the stream, and everything is just free flowing, that you find some of these anomalies and you've decided to keep them?
Hmm. I tried to be mindful of being a middle class college educated white male, and so a lot of writing, especially like Lakshmi is an Indian woman, so trying to write from the perspective of a woman of color uh, 200 years ago throws up some stuff. You get into the stream. Um, those anomalies, though, I think the part of me that sneaks in is I'm very much a go along to get along type of person, and
Mm-hmm.
so frequently in stories I don't write enough conflict in, because I would drop probably in person, just try to talk it out, talk it through, compromise, move on. And so, for instance, with Lakshmi, in the fifth story out of the anthology, she gets captured by kind of a crime lord, and they talk it out almost. Now, it's not quite that easy, but I think that the my tendency to put characters into social conflict rather than physical conflict, and then have it resolved too easily, exists there. So I probably could have done more with that. Um, but at the time, and I still feel that it's a good part of the story, is that it's not necessarily that this crime lord's just gonna torture or whatever. It's not
Right.
necessarily that this is gonna happen, but I think that my personal tendency to try to talk through or find a satisfactory solution gets in the way, and both gets in the way and supplements my writing. Because
So
again,
then when you do that, when you see either when you see or your editor sees, hey, there's something kind of uh odd going on here, do you automatically go to, well, let's just get a big thing and throw that out and bring this in? Because sometimes when there is a particular scene and it has this anomaly and it is kind of difficult to get it to do what it needs to do. So what do you do when that happens?
I just thought when you did the ripping motion, of the analogy I would give it is, if you were knitting a sweater and you're on a sleeve and you get to the end of the sleeve and you realize that like half of it's missing for some reason, you can unravel it and try to find where the mistake is. And sometimes you'll get a little way into the sleeve and you'll find the mistake and you can fix it. And then sometimes you go all the way and the sleeve is gone and there's still some problems, but now you have to start back over with that part of the story. So it really kind of depends. I think I tend to go back and try to find a critical point in the story where you can add more conflict that would be naturally there I don't want to shoehorn anything in like a robot bursts into the room and just starts fighting people.
Right.
But
Then it's almost like you're putting a book inside of your book, and then people get kind of lost. They're like, okay, we're going along, long, really massive change. Sometimes that massive change is needed. It's a necessity, but there are times when that happens and you're like, I didn't buy that. I thought I bought this and I'm getting that now. What? Happens, you know?
So that's what I just try and do is I try to follow the thread back and see where
Right.
naturally I could either incorporate what's already happened and I don't want to rewrite, or just say, well, everything from the elbow down to Argyle for some reason, so it's just gonna have to go.
Right. All right. So when we have a piece that is flowing and it's doing what it's supposed to, what do you do when, like, say, because you have a lot of things that you do in your life, what do you do when you can't keep, when the flow keeps coming and you can't um, continue with it right then and there? Sometimes in the middle of the night when you're trying to sleep, sometimes you're standing in a shopping line or getting gas for your car or something like that. Do you have anything that you do that helps you be able to keep memories of what it is, where you want to go?
I text it to my wife because she's my first sounding board, because Megan herself doesn't write, but she has wonderful ideas about how characters can act, or like, is this story going to make sense? And so if I have an idea that in anyone I'm sure who's tried to fall asleep has had this happen, or they just have an idea chasing itself in their head, if I'll just text it to her, I'll send her a Facebook message and just tell her what the idea is, then I can take that later and stick it into my file of ideas pending. And then sometimes, especially if the flow is going and I'm sitting at my desk and I'm writing, but I have to be somewhere, or I need to switch gears and take care of a chore or another responsibility, I will intentionally not finish my thought and leave the work mid-sentence, because then when I come back to it, I have a place to start and I have a germ of idea. Because if you finish, it's hard to come back and just have to start a new thought. But if you can pick up a thought you'd left behind, I find it a bit easier. And I think I read that from an author, though I can't remember who it was, who gave that advice. But they basically said, if you need to stop mid thought, because it'll be easier to pick back up. And for me, I found that's true.
When you are creating a scene, so I want to shift gears and talk about scenery, background, that kind of thing, stuff like that, but only in the written word. What do you do to be able to keep yourself in the content of the environment? Do you like put up pictures? Do you have pictures in your head? Do you play particular kinds of music? How do you keep that real sense of where you're at?
If I'm just working on writing, if I'm just trying to get through, I listen to Gregorian chants on YouTube, because I don't speak Latin. I am a Catholic and I know what they're saying, but I'm not fluent, so the words don't necessarily distract me, but the rhythm of speech helps.
Mm-hmm.
And then for another project I'm working on, I've put together a playlist of appropriate music. The story takes place at the turn of the century of the 1900s in the Ozarks, if memory serves. And so it's lots of darker, like folk music, because of the content of the story, which we could talk about if you wanted. It's my next project. But
Yes, please do. But what I want you to do with that is, I don't want you to give me the substance of it. I want you to give me like the essence. And if you can do that without doing the other, then carry on.
Well, to finish the thought before for your question, so I don't get completely off track, I tend to view it from the lens of a movie inside my head. I know a lot of authors will put up pictures and stuff like that, but for me, I'm used to doing a lot of creating just from inside my brain and from music, lots of musical influences. And so I don't know if it's just from reading so much. And I grew up not isolated. I mean, I didn't grow up in like a closet, but uh, my parents were subsistence farmers in addition to being teachers, and they didn't like having neighbors. And so I spent a lot of time in books. and movies because it was not possible for me to go down the street and play with the next kid because it was a mile away and it was another set of farmers and they didn't have kids. So I mean, I spent a lot of time reading and experiencing media. So I think when I'm in my writing process, that's what it tends to be, is what comes up in my own imagination and trying to create those scenes. And I tend to go from a big picture. Lakshmi's in a cave. Okay, what's happening in the cave? Bring it down a little bit. Now in the next scene, I need to transition. How is it going to get there? What's in a cave? Underground stream. What would be in the underground stream? It's going to be slimy. It's the water's going to be cold. This, and then so just I try to start big picture with my setting and then shrink it down into a scene, and so that I can see what the character's seeing and feel what the character's feeling.
Good. All right. So we were going into then how you keep yourself tacked into that environment. So we know that you have the cave and the stuff that's going on and why is it happening and all of that. But I want to know how you make the texture of your writing as far as the environment. How do we get into that as a reader and feel the texture, the scenery?
I think you have to start with a familiar feeling. You have to access, and this kind of comes from teaching as well, you have to access prior knowledge or prior experience to really make something stick for a kid. So doing, for instance, a multiplication problem, it's just numbers on a page. It doesn't mean anything to them. And a 9-year-old and 8-year-old, it's very hard for them to make that abstraction because math is entirely abstract unless you've got something for them to hold. And
right.
So you say, multiplication can be hard, but an example, so I've written myself into a corner here, but you can talk to them about eggs at the store. Like you've gone to almost every kid's gone shopping with their parents, and if they haven't, they will. And they see eggs in what we would call an array. It's 2 by 12 or 2 by 6 to make a dozen eggs.
Mm-hmm.
And so with writing, it's the same thing. So I think everyone, has been cold and wet. And so with Lakshmi in the cave, you start with that sensation. They set the scene. 2 priests are dragging in the sacrificial guy and they're screaming, and you're thinking about your nightmares, and Lakshmi's pressed up against this cold stone, afraid to be noticed. And I know everyone has hidden under a blanket, afraid to be noticed at some point in their life. As a kid, you're hiding from monsters. As an adult, you're hiding from the world.
Right.
And so you start small with those small details to access stuff that they already know, and let them start doing the lifting, and then you can start inserting the fiction that you want to create. And so there aren't,
right.
as far as I know, large fish dwelling in caves that grab people with tentacles, but you can get there from starting with Lakshmi pressed up against the rock wall, hoping not to be noticed.
Right. All right. So I used to do this a while back, and I'm going to start doing it again because it is an important process for getting the reader involved in involved in the process of your story. So I want you to get your book, and I want you to go to your first paragraph in your book.
Okay. And would you like me to read it?
Give me 1 second so I can pay attention to you while I pay attention to what I got to do here. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm getting pinging in my ear, and I have someone that's texting me, and it's pinging, and it's kind of distracting. So,
First paragraph.
First paragraph, I would like you, thank you, Scott. First paragraph for your work, I want you to read only your first sentence, please.
Okay. We'll start with that story that I was mentioning before, just for a little continuity. Lakshmi looked down on the priests of the White Dragon.
All right, now we had a lady, lovely lady that was on previous to you, and she had said that there is an art to being to being creative in writing sentence structure. And that if you want to capture someone's attention right away, do it in 7 words. And then I think 6 at least. But all right, so I can't count either tonight. But it's short and it's concise. And that's what I'm getting at. Going and looking at something like that, you're going to be going, oh, okay, what happens next? Especially if 1, the cover is enticing, and 2, the I have a tendency that when I pick up a new book, I flip to see how long chapters are, because I don't have a lot of time to be able to read things that are long chaptered unless I love that author, and then I'll just pick up it and just go, oh, there's a name, boom. So for me, it's important to be able to get that. And with that first sentence in your, I don't know what Scott's doing today. In your first sentence, are you okay over there, Scott?
I was blocking the light from the clock behind me.
It's going to be a night. I said it was going to be right in the beginning. You know that's going to happen like that. And Jeff has been on a number of times and knows that this is kind of an anomalous experience for him, because I'm usually boom, 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 right up one after the other.
Oh yeah, it's usually very smooth.
When you started to conceive those first 9 words of this work, where were you? What were you doing? And what kind of things were going on around you? Do you remember?
More than likely, because I wrote most of this anthology right at this very desk. I had my music going, and I was sitting there, and I thought, I had the idea of the end of the story. And I wanted to have, this story is pretty funny and interesting to me, because I wanted to have a thief story, because Conan stole a lot of things. That was his, he was a thief. And I wanted to do a story with a large lizard. And so, kind of a mega Komodo dragon. And so I said, if I do that, but I want to put her in a place where there's not an easy escape. So I put her in a cave. And so I started there and just let the story, I had my ending in mind, because I had her interrupted, because I thought, wouldn't it be funny if you have your fantasy hero going off to do some quest and they get interrupted by someone doing the same thing, and so she's going to go steal this item from the lair of these priests that worship basically a big cave dragon or a big cave lizard. And I said, and then this is the thing that I think you have to do in fiction, is that would be a pretty good dilemma, but how can you make it worse? And so the other thief is another young woman, and she has her baby strapped to her by a papoose because she couldn't find a sitter, basically. And so they have a very quiet fight over the treasure, because they can't wake up the baby and they can't wake up the dragon. Because if they wake up the baby, they're going to wake up the dragon and let the priests of, the evil guys, the cultists who worship this dragon, they're going to find out that they're there. And so it also adds an interesting element of having an innocent, a baby that's completely defenseless in this extremely dangerous situation. And so I take all that and like, how do I get there? What sets up the scene? And I like to start with dramatic structure, starting with low action. The priest drag the screaming man in and the monster eats him, and then bring it back down. This is what we're going to find out about later. We're going to fight this dragon, but not right now. And so I think about, where am I going to go, set up my ideas, and then I have to bring it back down to the human level. Okay, if they are going to end up fighting a 24-foot long, like 5-ton dragon, but how do we get there?
All right, Scott, what do you think about what he just said? And do you have any questions or anything to add to that?
I kind of came in the middle of that because I had problems with my cell phone, but I am curious, what is the situation that put them in the realm of
Well,
where
he
the
can't.
Komodo
He
was.
can't. He can't tell that because that's all part of the substance of that. So, don't answer that.
Steal something.
Huh? They want to steal something,
They
right?
want to steal something.
And they have something that they're interested in stealing. Boy,
Nice.
I can relate to that. All right, so we're gonna go. I'm gonna look over at your, and I can also hear if somebody has me on the YouTube channel, that needs to be muted so I do not hear me. Please and thank you. Going over to where your bio is. All right, so let me think here. Heroism and idealism are out of vogue in our modern times. Boy, ain't that the truth. So, featuring intelligent, strong women making her way in the world by the edge of her sword and the cut of her mind. I enjoy that you allow for women to not have to be rescued because is sometimes in films, my husband, he likes to buy a lot of these B-movie films that have it's either horror content or apocalyptic content, and they're running around going, save me, or not even save me, they're just running around like bubble-headed bimbos. And it is for me, I look at that and I go, number one, who wrote this dreck? Number two, doesn't any one of them with all of their brains combined, not one spark of thinking, and it's really, for me, we're in 2017, people. Let's bring this up a little bit because we are not all bubble-headed, bleached, blonde bimbos or brunette bimbos or redhead bimbos. I've even, we're not. We have brains. We can think. We can run a company. We can certainly figure out how to save somebody if we have enough perspective to do that. So, why for you is it one of these strong points in your writing to make sure that you have at least one, and yes, guys scream too. My husband's trying to help over here. And cry and do a lot of things that would be, so to speak, out of content.
I just think it's important to include people that are in my life because writers come from that perspective of themselves. I mean, a lot of your writing goes into your work, which is why it's so intensely personal, even for professionals. And so for me, it is important to include those strong women because I've grown up with strong women. My mom is a strong, no nonsense kind of lady, and that didn't keep her from being my mom. My wife's a strong, no nonsense kind of woman, and we still love each other. We're still sensitive. She takes care of me when I'm really down and upside down. I take care of her. And I think that it's important to me to represent that because that's not what people are seeing in lots of modern media. And I think it's important as a creator, from my perspective and my experience, to include the people in my life that meant something to me. And to do that, I have to write stories about strong women because they're everywhere. And to me, it's more interesting. It's like I tell my kids because rural Georgia football's a big deal, and the kids are always like, "Oh, Mr. Hewitt, what kind of what football team do you like? What football team do you like?" And I said, "Well, I'm not big into football. I'm gonna out myself, and I like basketball more." And they said, "Well, who do you like in basketball?" And I said, "Well, to be honest, my favorite basketball to watch was the women's college basketball when I was at the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga, because our women's team was so stinking good, and it blew my mind because I was in pep band. I played trombone for many years, and the girls would play first on a basketball evening. They'd have the girls' game and the boys' game. The women have these great fundamentals. Their passing game is just on point. Their ball handling's on point. They're sinking threes. I mean, it's great basketball.
Right.
And nobody's in the arena. But then the boys come, I guess the men's team, And it's just layup after layup. They run down to the court, and someone throws a layup. They run back down to the court, they throw up a layup. And the arena's packed. I'm like, this is the most boring thing I could think of watching. Why is no one watching these women play this fantastic basketball game? And so I think that, and I've mentioned previously on the show, I don't want to get into the whole story again, but having a potential customer come to my booth at a convention and say, do you have a story with a strong female lead? And I allowed that I did not. That really bothered me, and it had for a long time until I was able to get this written and published. And so that is something I want to continue doing, because women and young men need to grow up seeing strong women doing the things that their male action heroes, their male heroes from their stories can do.
Right.
The world is 50% female. I mean, just on, the easy statistic there.
Mm-hmm.
It's stupid to ignore 50% of the population. It's stupid to ignore their contributions. And I think that we are still shaking off the legacy of action and adventure and all this stuff being a male-dominated field. Women didn't write stories. Women didn't do this. I mean, even though they were, of course, but we didn't allow their voices in. And so even though it's not my voice, I can use mine to do something about it.
Exactly. And that basically sums up your writing style very well. We need to make sure that we do not put limits on our creatives, and to allow them to have a particular voice that maybe hasn't been so dominant over the past decades and all that, but it's starting to rise up. We are getting more creatives that are saying, hey, we need to really pay attention to this, especially since there are a lot of women that are going into military now, and they're going on front lines, and they're doing a lot of the things that men who are the same age as they are doing, and they're also doing it very well. And so it kind of takes out that gender thing, and it just says you're a human being. You know, this is how you were trained to do what you do, and we are not going to place a gender line on what you can do, what you can't. Now, there are certain things that even men or women cannot do. There's not all men are very strong. Not all women are very strong, but they're not always all that weak either. And then there is the intellect. So you don't have to be big and strong to be able to have a wonderful ability to be able to process a situation. So we appreciate that you are showing our especially newer generation of creatives how to do it.
Hopefully.
Mm-hmm. Yes. All right. So we are at 10:57. What I would like you to do is to give us a clue as to where we can find your works, and mention again your latest work or the work that you have handy, and by going and doing all this kind of thing. And please go ahead.
All right, well, you can find The Tiger of Mysore. I apologize on the mirror image, but it's put out by Prose Press, and that's Prose is PRO-SE, and you can go on their website, prosepress.com, and buy it directly from their store. It's also available on Amazon in hardback, or rather physical format, paper, and also on Kindle, $2.99, pretty much steal. And you can also find all of my other works that are commercially available through me on Amazon under my author page, Jeff Hewitt. And then you can also find me on Facebook and on Twitter at jhewitt, H-E-W-I-T-T, Writes. So that's R-I-T-E-S. So I'm on Twitter, I'm on Facebook. I'm doing my best to do the social media empire thing, but I've got a day job, so it's pretty hard. And I'm just on this side of too old to really care about this stuff, but that's neither here nor there. So find me on Amazon, find me on Facebook, find me on Twitter. I tend to be talking to another podcast, at least on Twitter, but if you send me a question, I'll answer it, because I don't have anything better to do. I'm also on Goodreads, and you can find my works on Goodreads as well, Smashwords, basically any place that you can buy an ebook, you can find my work.
All right. So, Scott Pearson, you have any last things that you would like to say to Jeff Hewitt before he goes?
Well, I was thinking while you were talking earlier about things like Carol from The Walking Dead, who used to be the small church mouse type, but who grew into the badass Carol.
Mhm.
And I enjoy reading.
Good. All right. Scott, your video, because you're probably so far away from your device, is very muted and not clear. So you might want to try and come up closer to what device you are using, and we'd appreciate that. And yes, I see you, but I don't see you. I see your picture of trees.
Okay.
And I need to be able to see you. So what you're going to do, just listen, please. Thank you.
Mhm.
Go up to the top and you're going to see where the camera is. Like there's like a red phone and all that. And there's a camera. So you're going to want to click on the camera and it should bring up your video. There you are. Please mute your mic though right now so that I can see out my previous guest. Thank you so much. Wow. All right. So, Jeff Hewitt, there are a number of people that I have met throughout the past 4.5 years that I bring onto this show that I know that I can rely on every time when I say, hey, I have a spot. Would you be interested? Because I know you give good interview. I know you're going to make your mark and you are flexible. Especially on situations where things can be a little chaotic. So I appreciate you. And I wanted to publicly say that because it is so meant from the heart. Thank you for your time. Now, you may, if you would like, you can stay for the next hour, or if you need to go, please go ahead and go up to the red courtesy phone and go and click, and we will see you next time.
Well,
So
thank you again for letting me come out here and talk to you and Scott and your wonderful audience. It's always a pleasure to come and talk to anybody about the creative process and especially about my works, because who doesn't like to talk about themselves?
oh, right.
So thank you again, and I hope you all have a good night.
Thank you very much. And tell your lovely wife that I appreciate her too. Thank you.
Sure will. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. What a lovely man. I mean, just I really enjoy having him on. All right, so we have let me see if I can tonight has been a very crazy night. I just want to let you know about that right now up front. And I am looking for your email. And I know that you sent a whole bunch of them and I found it. Yay. So I'm going to click on that and all right, we have Marc Cartwright with us, and please introduce the gentleman that is next to you because I do not have his name right up front.
All right, his name is Baker
Whoa.
Chase Powell.
Oh
yeah.
I need to have you turn your sounds down some because it's really loud.
Was it really loud?
Yeah,
Okay.
real loud.
How about that?
Mm,
Better? Hello? A little bit more, you mean? Like,
it's
can you hear
loud.
that?
It's like really loud.
Oh, really? How about if we do, how about there if we do it through the computer?
All right, give me some sound.
All right, hi. Hello, I'm Marc Cartwright. Is it still
It's
loud?
still really loud. Go ahead on your computer and turn the sound down. You might have it all the way up on high volume, and I really don't want to blast it out.
I mean, it is down pretty, it's down as much as like, I mean, we have it down with that, so we can still hear you though.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then what I will do,
That's
for
better.
the sake of my sanity, is I will put it down here. All right.
Okay.
So we have welcome Marc Cartwright and
Baker Chase Powell.
To Zombiepalooza Radio, and I need to introduce you to my current co-host,
Hey.
All Things Green, Scott Pearson. Go ahead and say hi, Scott.
Good evening. Welcome to the show.
Hey, hey, Scott. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Good.
It's an anomalous night this evening. It's still really loud, and I think my ears are getting an infection from. I am sick on top of everything else.
I know. So did everything work out there? Or it's like
Fight Club is all I'm going to say.
Okay.
I'm going to say that. We are here. Everybody is where they're supposed to be, and they have made their marks, and they are very gracious to be on and spend some time with Zombiepalooza Radio Live, and that is what we appreciate. Let's get right to it. Marc Cartwright is a professional photographer, photographing actors, and you have some very big names of actors that you have worked with. You also produce and direct and have done cinematography on a film called Vexed, which has won some very impressive awards. We would like to, let me see, talk about exactly what you did on this film. So why don't you, Marc, come on and introduce yourself to the people who are brand new to you, and give us a little bit of background about what it is you do, and then your latest work that we are going to be speaking about mostly this evening.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, my name is Marc Cartwright, and I've been doing photography for a number of years, and really film has been my first love. And so I got the chance to, working with Baker, we decided to, he needed some help on a web series that he was doing. And so I had the chance to help produce and do some cinematography on it, which was sort of my, chance to jump into filmmaking, and I fell in love with it, like with it there. And then I've always loved horror the most. So he was doing the comedic web series.
Yeah, it was like a rom-com web series.
Yeah.
So completely different from what we do now.
Right. And while comedy's fun, horror is where my heart lies. So we just discussed it and talked about going more into the film area. And I had an idea for, first I did a film called Slavin, which, did that. And then Baker, do you have the card? If you can see that, I think it's, and then Baker had an idea for Vexed, which was our second film. And on Vexed, I produced, directed, and did the cinematography for it. So it was a fun experience.
All right. Taking notes.
Yeah.
All right. So you have a very wide experience when it comes to indie film. You not only work on producing it and making sure that it goes well, but you have quite an eye for cinematography. And in that, we do not get very many who understand the importance of color and balance, and sometimes the colors and the way that the producer, the director wants it to look very often convey a particular feeling, and can take that color all the way through the film so that it may be extremely bright or very muted, or it has particular textural colors in there that are only to that individual person. And then when the scene shifts, it goes to another color. And I learned so much of that stuff from last year when I went to a convention in Hudson, Ohio, Horror Hotel, and it brought me to the understanding that it is so much more complex. Just that part of it alone, that it is its own entity almost. So what I would like you to do is I would like you to talk about the textural colors and the different variants that you used in the film Vexed.
Yeah. Well, yes, it's true. Like the color that you do use in film is very important. It influences mood. It influences, you can do things like, if you associate one character with a certain color, you can use that color in other parts to talk about, another character's relationship to that character. And so in Vex, we wanted it to be like I wanted it to kind of have like very muted. I think it was like greens and brown, like very like sort of like the palette. I wanted it to be very muted, except for kind of what they were wearing. I wanted it to have a little bit more richness in the color. I think we kept Leah like more of that salmon. Her shirt was salmon, and yours was blue and.
She was warm colors, and I was.
Yeah, you were like a cooler, right? Yeah. So
which kind of goes along with
what's kind of going on.
Well, my character was at the beginning of it, anyways.
Right. You know, I got a lot of, I guess, yeah, the inspiration from just watching, you know, watching a lot of like sort of like other horror films and seeing how they use color, I think, to describe, you know, the different characters. And
I feel like it's a different world in horror and genre films as opposed to doing just like a flat out drama or a comedy or something.
Right. It's going to. It's going to have a different kind of a pace. It's going to have a different kind of even the soundtrack and the particular settings that you're going to be using are going to definitely stand out in that particular genre as opposed to anything else.
Right.
So when we're looking at Vexed, and I'm going to stick with that for a while because I you know, this is the one that's most featured.
Yes, exactly.
I am interested in whom was able to acquire the settings, the different places that you know, locations is the word I was looking for. Who was your location acquisition?
Well, it was my apartment, so so it actually worked out very well.
Right?
There were no issues. I had a neighbor who, like, actually asked him if he would leave for the weekend while we shot, and he was very nice enough to leave so that there would be no noise and, you know, no music and stuff like that. Yeah, and just my area was very quiet, and so it was a perfect place to shoot it. And so, you know, it was nice. It worked out well.
Yeah, locations. I think for our next films, we're gonna probably work on, you know,
Shooting other places.
other locations as opposed to something so central, just an apartment. But that's what we went with for this story.
Yeah, I mean, you know, with horror, I think, you know, it's very effective sort of when you get, you know, when you can get a feeling of feeling trapped or feeling contained, you know, because it's like, because then, you know, that feeling of not being able to go anywhere from the fear, from whatever sort of creating the you know, the disruption, you know, in the reality. So, but still, yeah, we want to try different places, just different environments and different things besides just an apartment, even though it's easier and cheaper to do it.
Right. But, you know, but it also has to be, it also has to fit into the scenes that you're doing, and it has to have that feeling of pinging of notifications. I got to figure out how to turn that damn thing off. I had it off at one point, and then somehow with the new updates, it just decided to come back on and again. But all right. So when you're picking a location, even if it is something that's literally in your backyard or it happens to be right in your living room, you need to make sure that it has the right feel for what you're trying to do. Because if it doesn't, it's going to look extremely amateurish. And for this film, it did not look that way because people are paying attention to it and saying, "Look at this! Look what you've done."
Right.
So what are some of the things that people are most talking about with this film when they went to go and decide what they were going to do with it?
Like in terms of, you mean in terms of like the location or in terms of like,
all of it.
I mean, you know, like I guess one of the things that I really liked was that, you know, we had this sort of long hallway there. Like I really like, you know, it sort of gave that feeling of you know, something over there, you know, far away might be coming closer to where they were, which was in the bedroom, which is like a lot of it started taking place. You know, and it's like that feeling of when you wake up in the middle of the night and like you think you've heard something in your house or something like that, to look out and to like, you know, just see darkness. It's like, it's creepy, you know? So I think that worked really well. And I don't know, do you have like,
I think as far as the atmosphere and everything, you know, we wanted it to start off just like a normal movie night with two characters. There's nothing strange here. There's nothing creepy. You know, everything's safe. And then as, you know, subtle things start to happen and only one of the characters is seeing them, it's like, well, is he imagining it? Is it really happening? Because everything else is so, you know, normal and plain. It doesn't seem like anything creepy should be happening. As well as, you know, when it goes into the dream sequence, it's like still not much. There's a slight change in like the mood and the tone of the lighting and everything, but it all stays the same for the most part, just to blur the lines of what was reality and what was.
Most of what makes really good horror is the tempo that is happening. It is also the very slight little things, because then you get the audience participation. They look and they go, oh, well, blah, 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 this, that, and the other, and it doesn't look like anything that would be maybe sort of out of ordinary with what would happen with me. Although with me, well, if we don't want to talk about that, I got weird things that happen all the time. But you know what I mean? So it makes them feel comfortable. It makes them feel like, oh, that could be us. And, you know, and then things start happening, and some people will notice. You have some friends, you know, they pick things out right away, and then other people are like, they're really kind of slow to the uptake, and some of them just don't get it at all. So do you have that kind of working vibe that goes on with this film?
I mean, yeah, like there was, I mean, even when editing, we were, you know, because it really comes down sometimes when you're editing to even seconds, like the microseconds of how long you're holding on to something and how long you're noticing something.
Editing is so important.
It's so important for getting that tempo that you're talking about. Because a lot of times, if it's held too long, then it becomes kind of boring. If it's like, you know, if it goes too fast and not enough attention's paid on something.
It's like it would be confused.
Right. So you really have to direct kind of what you want people to pay attention on with how much time you're spending with something, or, you know, maybe taking something that should be completely normal and spending a little bit too much time with it. So it's like, you know, well, you know, right now it feels weird, you know, it's like, you know, I don't know, like with like, you know, just, I won't give too much away actually, but there are those moments that, that you want to really make sure that you're steering people's emotions with timing.
All right, we're gonna.
Oh, go ahead. I was just gonna say, I think a lot of the time, or for me anyways, when I've written like a script and I've written in horror, you know, something scary is gonna happen here, and this is how this is gonna be, and it's gonna be scary. Like after you film it and you get into the editing process, it's like, well, it was really scary in my mind, but I don't know if it's working anymore. We should just, you know, edit it differently. I saw it happen.
All right, so we're going to, since we've segued, what the hell is that word? Since we've segued into screenplay.
Yeah.
Pardon me for a second.
Okay.
Jade, that's it. You're done. You're out. Just quit, because I've had so many distractions this evening that this is looking so unprofessional of me, and I'm about ready to have like a major meltdown. Major. I don't care. Then get the dog outside. I don't care what you do with it. I apologize. It has been since like this since 6 o'clock, and it is just like that. It's not me normally. I'm normally very excited and all that glued into. It's going to make you might be able to write some of this into your next.
I know, it's good material.
What do you think you're doing? And I do a little acting on the side, but you know,
Okay.
yeah, it's a little. It's a little strange. All right, so screenplay is really important to be able to make sure that you can convey on film what you're trying to say in the screenplay.
Right.
Normally for you, since you have written 3 full pieces and they are already in post-production, can you tell me about the average length of your screenplay? But first, please tell us how long the minutes were for Vexed.
Vexed was 13 minutes. And so I guess typically, I think a screenplay, it's like usually a page a minute, depending on if there's just dialogue or just, you know, descriptive action kind of thing, you know. So But yeah, it was about that. I mean, I think about 13 pages. Yeah. But he wrote that one. So
a couple of rewrites.
Did you write it that everybody knows 13 blah blah blah? Did you
Oh yeah.
like it was supposed to be like that? Because that's kind
Sure,
of cool.
yes.
Were you surprised when you actually got a full 13 pages?
I mean, yeah, that's what it cut down to. Who knows how many pages it was initially?
See, you're holding out on me now.
Oh yeah.
So it
it
ended up being 13 pages, but what was it in its originality?
I know. I'm wondering. I guess I should know that. I think it might have been a little bit because it was 13 minutes, but I think we did cut things. So that's another thing when you get to the editing and you have a screenplay, you write things out, you shoot it, but then once you're in the editing room, you really do start cutting back on things that aren't necessary, that don't move the story forward.
I tend to be really heavy on dialogue, so.
Yeah, so
there's a lot of dialogue.
Get the dialogue down to where you need it, but still have the content that you want. How did you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how did you do that?
Did you say how?
Sorry, motorcycle.
I don't know. I mean, I'm really heavy-handed when it comes to dialogue. I'm like the first several drafts, and then we film everything because we like it and we like what we're saying. But then when we get in the editing room and it's what's really important here and what's taking away from what's happening, what's too much. There was a lot that was taking away from the main focus of the story. Like some jokes here or like talking about something irrelevant.
Yeah, and I mean, when we were editing, we kind of went back and forth with it. But because as the writer, you were attached to probably certain dialogue. Yeah. So sometimes I, had to be like, all right, look, that's not important for the story. So we really need to just cut it out. And, and it was funny and it was fun, or, it might have, it was a good moment, but it just, some things
went
just
on
don't
a little long.
Yeah, for certain parts. So you want to like just really get it down too. So it feels like a nice, straightforward piece versus, having, just having it go on and on.
Indie creatives.
Did you have a test audience?
You what?
Test audience?
Have a test audience that you used?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have like friends. I mean, I think Sean, we had some friends that we like would show the version of the first version. We kind of did a run through without the without filming it. Without the before we shot it. Like we just did like a quick run through. And so, yeah, that we were able to pull some things from and get people's opinions if things made sense, if they didn't make sense. So, yeah.
Everyone's opinion is valuable. Yeah. Whether or not we take it into consideration is another thing, but it's good to hear what people think when
I think sometimes,
going into the creating process.
Yeah, especially if you are attached to when you're sitting there, you're the one that's making it and you're the one that's attached to it. And, I might really love a shot that's like, being filmed, or, Baker may like one of the takes of when he was acting, but, if people are like, okay, yeah, that was good, but it didn't need to be there, kind of thing. So it's good to show people.
Yeah.
Good. All right. So we're going to go, if I may, over to over to some of the inspirations that you have found early on to be able to put your mindset in the proper place for the works that you want. You were really inspired by Twilight Zone, Hitchcock, and horror with humorous moments. Why is humor so important for you in horror or in other things that you create? Why?
Well, I just find, for me personally, like I love horror movies. I love the scariest horror movie up to like the most comical, ridiculous one. But I find when I'm writing, I'll start off, I want it to be creepy. I want it to be, really moody and scary, but I'll end up I'll have written a page and I haven't even realized that I've written something that's kind of funny. Or, to someone else it's kind of funny, and it's like, well, I didn't even realize that I was doing that. So I think that when it comes to me writing something, it's very natural for me to involve a little bit of humor because it feels relatable. It feels like you can relate to that character a little bit, that they're not so serious.
It makes them comfortable.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, definitely.
Right.
Right.
And it's like you have those, you know, the extremes kind of thing. You know, it's like a roller coaster. Yeah.
I had someone on a number of years ago that said you can write a horror story and have a lot of different kinds of really loud things going on, but I mean, it can be okay, but it will be really much better if you just come out with little tiny pieces so that as breadcrumbs, the viewer can walk along, and as they're doing that, eating these breadcrumbs that you're giving them, they're being sucked more and more and more into the experience, and that is great film.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. You know, yeah, because when you see some things and it's sort of like ramps it up to here right away. It's like there's no place for the person to go. You know, and I think, like you said, like the roller coaster, it's sort of, you know, you give someone something and then let them breathe, so then they maybe go back to a moment of feeling safe again. Then it's like, you know, then you give them something else, and it's like that's what causes the intrigue and the suspense and the tension. Like, you know, you want to build tension instead of just sort of giving everything, you know, at one time. And then, like with Alfred Hitchcock, he's always, you know, says like the things that you don't see, or the things that, you know, it's scarier than sometimes when you see something, you know.
Yeah.
Like one film that I really like is The Strangers. It's like, because the entire film is really spent with you wondering when this, you know, this couple is going to be attacked, or when, you know, or if it's if something's going to come in, what is it? So that is really effective for me versus, you know, when automatically you see the monster and it's like, okay, now what? You know, it's like I know what the fear looks like. You know,
sometimes when you only see maybe even the shadow of the monster,
right?
Because then the viewer is not only drawn into what these people in the film are experiencing, but they get their imagination going. And in old style film, whether it be television or radio, what they wanted to do was give just those little tidbits, because the viewer's imagination is so much richer than sometimes what they actually see or hear, and that's what grabs them and holds their attention and maybe scares the wits out of them, so that they don't. They make sure that when they're going up the steps and they look around the corner, they have a flashlight where they normally would be like, no, I'm fine, I'm good, and or when they get in their own bed and they're like checking underneath the thing to see, you know, that thing underneath there or in the closet.
That's what I love about the end of like Rosemary's Baby, where she sees the baby and everybody sees the baby, but the audience doesn't see the baby.
So it lets you wonder,
yeah. So it's just like you're left wondering, like, what?
Like, what is it? Like,
what was that?
Yeah, let your audience, let their imagination work, and because, like you said, I think sometimes our imaginations can be a lot bigger, can, you know, produce their own kind of little horror film in their head based on the little pieces that you're giving them, which can be, you know, huge. So,
what kinds of feedback have you gotten about the film Vexed from either professional ends or highly charted indie end, or from just fan base?
Yeah, it's been really good. Like we've been people are liking like some of the effects. Like we actually at the NoHo North Hollywood Cinefest, we were nominated for Best Special Effects. A couple of them, you know, and I think a lot of times people like that it's like practical, like it's not CGI, you know? Like we did a lot of like, you know, a lot of, you know, because a lot of effects nowadays they're done with computers, you know? And there's something about the organic, if you can pull it off well, that just, it feels more,
it's real.
It's real, yeah. So the audience, you know, I think they attach to it. Or anytime it's real, like when I watch something, I like to actually say, okay, that could actually happen to me. Even if it's something that is a little outlandish, I still want to feel, okay, well, maybe that outlandish thing could happen because it looks real. Once something feels computerized, once you know that it probably wasn't done there. It's like there's a little bit of detachment from it, I think. So
Right. And that suspension of belief just gets shattered, especially in situations like, I don't know, a deer that really looks really, really bad on a particular show that we won't talk about because and all of that. So I'm now going to go over to, I do want to come back after I shift over to Scott to see if he has any questions for you, which I know he probably does. I'm going to go switch back over to special effects because I would like to talk about how some of the techniques in this film Vexed were done, but I'm going to switch it to Scott right now and let Scott go with his next question. Go ahead, Scott.
Yes. Sound went out.
We have no audio on you.
For a second. I did hear it for a second, yeah.
This is part of the reason why I don't really, I have a love-hate with being able to use smartphones as a way to be able to come into the show because a lot of times when they work extremely well, but then when they don't.
And it's sort of like,
yes.
There we are. We see you.
My patience is so running thin. All right, did you get it to work? We got sound on you now? Scott? Hello? Calling Planet Scott. All right, you know what? We're just going to not waste any more time on that, Scott. I hope you can hear me. All right, we're going to go over and we are going to talk about special effects in Vexed, and I know that you have had some notoriety for your special effects. Talk about first the individual that created the special effects for this film Vexed, and if there was a crew that was along with this individual, the people that were involved.
Well, for the main thing, the monster, if that's not giving away too much, was created by Joe Castro, who did a great job. We basically, told him what we were going for, and he was, he was really great.
We had a lot of faith in what he was going to come up with, though, and he took his own imagination and came up with this really creepy concept, and it ended up being.
How did you find him to have? How did you find out about him to begin with, and then, as you say, had enough faith in his work? So that must mean that you have seen other things. Where did you find him?
Yeah, he wrote to me on Facebook actually, and I guess he had seen, because our first film Slavin had been running the festival circuit, and that was getting so a lot of official selections and some awards. And so he wrote and asked, he said, if you guys are making a new movie, I would love to work with you. And because it just had happened that we were starting Vexed. And so we were like, this is perfect timing. So and we'd like to see what you can do. And I looked up his work, and he's been working forever. And it's which I love, like when people come to us and want to work with us, because then you can tell they're passionate, they're reaching out. It's a lot better. I mean, it's of course you see people out there that you love their work, and you're like, I want to work with you, but you don't know if their heart's in it.
But you know why? You know what that is about? That there with people coming to you and saying, I would love to work with you. They either indie community is really small, okay? We have this internet, and it's a wonderful thing, but I'm going to tell you tonight on one of my hours for a show, I had a name come up that I thought I wouldn't hear again. I kind of sort of really didn't want to hear again, but because this is a very small community,
absolutely,
this is going to happen. And it is also the same kind of thing when it comes to indie film. You have your groups, and these people, if you have something that is on point and they have an idea about what they're going to do, they have a written process, they have people that are going to show up because there goes my pen, because they are really passionate about the creative process. It's not though enough to be able to have that passion. It also has to be with the timing and making sure that everything is linked up right, and to make sure that you're not just standing around wasting everybody's time when you're losing valuable light, or you're you know, people, they have lives, they have other things they need to get into. So that right there that you have is amazing, and it is so important. And there's not enough of these indie film groups that have that understanding that this isn't playtime for a lot of people. This is serious stuff and needs to be taken serious. So congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think if you like, you know, I think like anything in the world, like if your intention is, you know, strong and your focus is there, that you're going to attract the people that are serious about it and that want to. And I think as you do it, and you know, doing photography for a long time and having to produce shoots, you sort of get a sense of like who's like, you know, serious about what they're doing, and sort of who feels like it might just be a hobby that they're experimenting with or trying out. And
and there's nothing wrong with that.
Which is nothing. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you're spending your, you know, when you're spending money, and
money is involved.
Then there's a lot of things wrong with that.
You know, you leave playtime for, you know, I don't know, for doing. But even then, you know, you still want to have people that are you know, really into it. You know?
And you know, if you can have a sense of humor. Because in this process, you, boy, do you need a sense of humor. You also, you know, you need to have passion about it, but you have to have a sense of humor, and you have to have that that one or two person that's up at the top of the thing that says, "Okay, guys, this is time to get serious. This is what we're going to do. This is where you need to be placed." All of that. So, because your films are becoming more and more prevalent in indie community, which is amazing, through these indie film presentations and places like that. It is important too to be able to make sure that you are consistent with what you are producing. So when you go about picking a project, how do you give yourself a certain amount of time that you're going to start the seed of the project to where you're going to start actually filming? Do you give yourself a
I mean, like we started right away. Like we're starting the next one. We're like writing, in the process of writing and developing the next one. I mean, we always want to be making films. Like we want to keep going with it. But yeah, I mean, time period. I mean, we try to give ourselves, you know, so we're not writing for a year or two and then, you know, not making anything. But we also understand that we want it to be good, so we don't just want to crank stuff out just for the sake of cranking it out. So yeah, you know, we'll see things, and that's where you too, you know, in between creating our own things, because we do like to sort of, you know, create the ideas and own the idea. But in the meantime, you can, you know, bring on other projects, have, you know, people that other people have written, and, you know, just to sort of the in-betweens, you know.
Yeah, I think the next film we do, we are wanting to come up with this story that we've been working on and film that. But I think after that one, we might be more open to using other people's scripts and pursuing other writers to film.
Right, and as we make them, and as we sort of like learn, or, you know, have the voice of Glass Cabin Films and of the company, we're more understanding what kinds of movies we want to be under the umbrella of Glass Cabin Films, and what kinds of you know, ideas and concepts that we really like for the company.
Yeah,
it's exciting to be able to see someone that has a particular vision about what they want to do, then take it and keep moving it one or two steps up at a time. When they're you know, making progress into the next sections that they're bringing to the company. Once though you start really getting the notoriety, and you're very, very close, if not right there in your indie community, you're going to have people that are going to be crawling out of the woodwork going, I have.
Yeah. I mean, we do. Now we have people that will send us things, you know, so it's always fun to, or they'll, you know.
So then talk to me about what it is that you would consider in a new work? What kind of criteria do you have for considering someone's piece?
Right. For me, I mean, on the producer side, it's like, how expensive is it going to be to shoot? Also the concept, how different is it? Is it, is it something that I've seen a million times, or is it something that has like a twist to it that is interesting? I mean, it's when writing, there's only, certain concepts out there, there's a limited number, but you want to see how people are going to tell a story.
I'm heavily into a big twist at the end.
I like twists.
I love twist endings, or multiple twist endings. But so I definitely, I don't mind it when a story starts out to something similar that you might have seen before, but as long as it ends up somewhere completely different, that's what I look for.
Good. All right. When you make films or maybe artwork or books or anything that is in a creative process,
right?
Eventually, at a certain time, you start to get a signature. Is there yet a signature piece that you may have that when people look, they will be able to say that was created by your company?
Glass covered homes. No, because I noticed this with photography too, because like I said, I've been doing photography for a while. Other people will notice my signature. They'll be like, oh, I could tell that was taken by you. Sometimes I didn't see it, but then once people point it out, I'm like, oh yeah, I do tend to do this when I'm photographing, or this certain storyline does tend to sort of be weaving its way through different projects, but I think I've heard people with art films so far talk about how there's always like a little bit of like a little bit of humor, underlying everything. Or
I'm also in each one, so
that's he's been in each one. That's the through line. No, but
okay, so yeah.
The piece right now. I mean, I don't know. Would you?
I think we're still working on it.
Yeah, we're still
we're on the cusp.
Because if you would have said yes, then I would have been like, really?
Right. I mean, it's like we had 3 films.
No,
so
it's definitely something we're working towards, but we're still working on it.
And that is exactly what I want to hear, because I think sometimes when people get to a what they feel is their signature piece, it defines them in that area, and then they stop and only create in that area, and it gets then boring. So now what I want to do is I want to go to your background in photography, and my interest is, all right, so I dabble in taking pictures and stuff like that, and every once in a while, out of 500, I might get something that's good, that has the right kind of content, and it's pleasing. It's got nice color and all of that kind of thing. Although a lot of times I like to shoot in black and white, but when it comes to looking at cinematography and not so much you're in the middle range of indie film, where you've already gotten a bunch of pieces that are already produced and done. So you're in the mid range there. You get to be able to have a particular view on how you want something in the film shot proportioned, because you are used to doing that, balancing all of the content in your photography. So talk to me about how you use that knowledge to be able to frame your shots well.
Right. Well, I think, photography is it's very psychological. I think there's a lot of people, think that it is just kind of the technical aspect that'll make a great, photograph. You can have amazing lighting, you can have amazing even composition, and the photograph can be boring just because the psychology is not there. And so I think it's the same thing with cinematography. It's like when you're trying to think of what you're saying about a character, or what you're saying about a room that you're shooting in, or a person, where you place the camera and how you you do, it's very important. You know, it's very important. It's almost as important as, or if not sometimes more important than the words that the person's saying. Because it's, you know, if I'm just like in photography, you know, if I want to make someone look very statuesque and tall and like, you know, a beautiful model, you're going to shoot from lower so that the person feels bigger than the viewer, you know. Or if you're trying to make someone feel, I mean, just like, you know, very basic, if you're trying to make someone feel diminished and more, you know, insecure or something like that, you're going to shoot a little bit more down on them so that the viewer feels above them. So yeah, a lot of that translates obviously into cinematography as well.
Right. All right, Scott, do you have any questions?
Oh, I think he's muted. His mic is muted.
Oh, this is so not working tonight. All right, so then what I'm going to do now is,
there he is.
losing my mind completely. Do you have
back.
a question, Scott?
Yes, I apologize for this. I would like to know what your basis was for creating the Vexed to begin with. What your initial inspiration was on this?
Like why that movie?
I feel like the initial inspiration came from, I definitely wanted it to be a little self-referential, you know, a couple horror movie cliches and thrown in there, along with, you know, the two characters, one that the girlfriend, she really is into these movies and into horror movies, and then the boyfriend is totally not into them at all. And I think I just wanted to poke fun at people that aren't into horror movies a little bit and put him in the scenarios of horror movies that he doesn't believe in, right, until it's actually happening to him. And it's like, now what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I mean, because we all like, I think anyone that likes, you know, that loves horror, that wants to go, you know, a new movie will come out and I'll ask friends and they're like, no, I hate horror, or it's like, there's always someone has something to say. So this movie kind of gets back at all of those people. So, yeah.
All right, good. Let me think. I want to talk about Slavin.
Slavin, yes.
All right. I want to give a little focus on that because that is a major project that you had started and finished and all that. Please talk about that. Go.
That Slavin was kind of the it was our first like really completed project. I did it because it was around Halloween and there was a mask that I had bought for just, you know, for a Halloween costume. And every time I walked into the house, because I have the memory of a goldfish, I would forget that I bought the mask and it would scare me. And I was like, oh my gosh. So thinking someone's in the house running, screaming. So I was like, oh, that's a fun idea. I was actually walking, I was on a morning walk. I was like, oh, that'd be a fun idea for a film, you know, to make into. So,
and incorporating like the messy roommate syndrome.
Oh, yeah.
I think everyone can relate to at least one time in their life.
Yeah.
So that was a lot of fun too.
Yeah, absolutely.
I get that too. All right, so now I'm going to go and shift you over to Savor.
Oh yeah, that was created we did it for the 15-second horror short. You know, because it was a sort of a little festival that was happening online, and we liked it and got a lot of good feedback from that. So then we decided to expand it and like a few seconds, and then, you know, start sending it to festivals. It's been getting in a lot of festivals where it's nominated at the Twister Alley Film Festival, as is Vexed is nominated for 4 awards there. So we're going there next weekend. We have 5 nominations in total there. But yeah, so Savor was really fun. I wanted something that really kind of touched upon all the senses. You know, I personally have a lot of food issues. Like I don't like eating after people. I don't like, you know, certain foods touching, you know. So
right?
We wanted something. So we wanted something that you know, dealt with the smells and the sights of, you know, weird looking food and the sounds of people chewing and, you know, just all that stuff, and just put it into a nice condensed few seconds that people could, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think anyone can relate. I mean,
Hair
I
and
think that most people can relate to getting hair in their food. But when we first shot like a normal, you know, like piece of hair, it's like, well, this isn't going to show up on film. So we're like, all right, let's just put a whole chunk of hair in there and just make it crazy.
Right.
So it was a crazy little 15-second short.
Yeah, it's fun.
Good. All right. So, what have you learned about yourself after you have completed these pieces? What does it tell you about you? What have you learned about yourself, Mark?
The biggest thing that I've learned about myself, because, you know, as a photographer, you pretty much have complete control over everything, and you can kind of do things, a lot of it on your own. You know, you can be sort of that one-man stuff, and it's like, I feel like the photographic community, I mean, yeah, you do work with people, but it's a little bit more like the stylist is off in their own world, and they'll come together and they'll work with you, and the makeup artist, everyone's kind of, but you know, you come together for the shoot and you may or may not work together with them again. I find in film, it's really a community. You can't do it on your own. It takes other people, and you're working with these people for, you know, 13 sometimes plus hours a day, many different days. So it really teaches you, not to be such a control freak, you know, that to understand that you do have to collaborate with people, teaches you to work with other people, and, you know, your many different personalities, you know, that you're dealing with on set and stuff like that. And especially as the producer, you're trying to, you know, wrangle them all in and make them all, you know, you may love this one person and that other person, but together they might not.
Oh,
you know, so
I completely understand that as a producer. So, Doug, you're in here 10 minutes early. Can you please back out, and then I will bring you in at your time? That would be really great. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Love you. I am going to have a heart attack on air. And Doug has been on this show 4 or 5 times now. I don't know if he's going to be on a 6th, but and I love him to pieces. But yeah, you know, so and what that does when they do that and they don't follow the direction is it takes me someplace else and I waste your time, and I hate doing that. More than anything else, I hate doing that. All right, so while I decide whether or not I'm going to have a heart attack or not, I need to get to you to find out if there's anything else that we have not spoken about this evening that you.
Oh, wait. Hello? What happened there?
I'm going to kill somebody.
Is that?
There's going to be a murder.
No dying on the show yet.
What is that?
That's my dead door. That's my first chair co-host.
Good
Dead door, I think I have a new snack for you. And boy, I'm just really interested in making that. Just you have no idea.
That's funny. So, who's your answer?
Go ahead.
All right. So, and thank you, Dee Dee, for being here. I appreciate you. All right. So, you must really, really love doing indie work because you really seem to have a wonderful sense of humor, but you also have the tenacity to be able to see something and be able to keep moving with it as if it's supposed to be like that.
Yeah.
Go.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Talk about the importance of being able to do that while you really want to kill somebody for real.
If you're making film, you have to, just because it's like you are under time schedules and you are under, like I said, you're dealing with people's money, and so you really need to sort of like see that through line, and no matter what's happening, piece things back together so that it's, because everything's work out. You know, you can make anything work. You can make anything work out. It's just not getting, too upset about something going off, and just kind of keeping it, and realizing your goal and like what you want to happen, and it usually does.
Yeah. I think it's important also to.
What is also important?
Just to get through us working on these 3 films, we've met new people and people that we want to work with again. And I think it's really important that to find a crew of people that mesh with you and get
Yeah.
you and get what you're going for, because you can't do it all on your own.
Yeah, like that support group. So
No,
that so if you know that, like,
You know,
go ahead.
if you get somebody that's up at the top of the food chain and they're pulling the train, so to speak, and they're trying to make everybody get into their marks, and they're trying to make sure that everybody is properly dressed, and they're making sure that the structure of everything is good, and then the screenplay is good, and the lighting is good, and that it's not going to rain, or it's not going to do anything really stupid with the weather. Like, not that they can control that, but especially lately with this whole subject of global warming that really isn't happening, but hey, you know, there's kind of what's going on here. You know, it takes a lot, and if I don't get an ulcer from tonight and the experience of all of this, not from the guests, but from other things that are going on that are associated with this program, that would be considered a miracle, period, end of sentence. So, all right. So another miracle is that we made it up to the top of the hour. And what I would like you to do, since this is your first time in actually being on this show, I'd like you to say what your experiences were. And, like, you know, would you do it again? And would you recommend it someplace?
Oh,
Yeah, it was really fun.
No, totally. I mean,
it was really fun. Thank you for giving us the opportunity and the platform to talk about what we're doing, and to, you know, hopefully some other people will check out our things, and you know, thank you to your audience for tuning in, and we're happy that we have that. Yeah,
we want to come back.
We do want to come back. Yeah.
Good. I'm so glad. I think that the next time that you come back on, it'll be more structured, so that you will not have to worry about any intrusions like dogs or children or wandering people that come in and out of the show very on time. There you go.
Right.
Yeah, my brain is just kind of going into lockdown, and I'm trying to talk myself out of it. All right, so we got 4 minutes left in this particular segment, and what I need you to do is go and talk about your social media.
Oh yeah, we wrote a little. So my social media. Let's see, can you see that?
Oh, yes, I can.
I'm on Twitter and Instagram is mcphotog. Glass Cabin Films is going to be at Glass Cabin Films. Facebook is my Facebook at Marc Cartwright, Glass Cabin Films. Look that up, you'll find it there.
And I am
check you
Baker
out.
Chase Powell. Instagram is my full name, and then Twitter is Baker Chase 01. And then, Glass Cabin Films is the both of us on Twitter, Instagram, everything.
Yeah, so say hello, have everyone say hello, add us, click like on everything.
Good. And what I need for you to do now is, I'd like a bumper from you guys. And what that means is you say the name of your company and what your latest work was, or whichever one that you want to point attention to, and then say something about Zombiepalooza Radio Live on YouTube.
Okay, you want to start?
I'm trying to process everything you just said.
So this is Marc Cartwright and Baker Chase Powell from Glass Cabin Films. And
this is our latest film that we've worked on and is running the festival circuit right now, Vexed.
Yes, and we're here visiting Zombiepalooza Live. Had an awesome experience, and we think everyone should tune in.
Yes, definitely. Watch
Like,
Zombiepalooza
share,
Live.
Subscribe. Yeah, like, share, subscribe. And also go over to Glass Cabin Films and make sure that you like, share, subscribe, get into that. What area of the planet are you on, so that if people that are local would like to go and perhaps check you guys out in person, where it is available, appropriate to do, not stalkerish to do.
Right. Well, we're in Los Angeles, so it's a big city. So if we have stalkers,
So find us, right? Now you have a challenge. Uh-oh. What did I do? All right. So you haven't gotten to meet Dead Door officially, so I want to make sure that we do that before you leave.
Okay.
Dead Door William is my first chair co-host. He is a zombie, and he has been with us for about 3.5 years. Go ahead, Dead Door, and lead us out of this segment, and we're going to go into the next one with Doug Kaufman.
All right.
It's been 4 years. Hey guys, I've been listening for the last hour or two. It's been awesome listening to y'all's progress through this whole film. And one thing I was wondering is, y'all have music?
Yeah.
Y'all do music?
Oh yeah, we did. We had someone. We had Mark Giovanni, the soundtrack for Vex.
Yeah, we had one song, and then we had one song on the soundtrack, and then Mark did the score.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, we'd like to get some links for that too. So when you are finished, either this evening or sometime tomorrow, come over to Zombiepalooza Radio Live, our Facebook page, and drop us some links there. I'll make sure that they get seen on the full thing and shared to our stuff. So the individual that did the soundtrack for Vexed is whom?
His name's Mark Giovanni. Yeah, he's an awesome composer.
Yeah.
And I can give you a link to, let me write that down. And yeah, I'll give you a link to, and probably
and then we had one song from a singer friend of mine that was on the soundtrack as well. Yeah, Susto, Susto, Susto.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. Is there anything else that you would like to say to them, Dead Door, before we go into the next segment?
Don't get bit.
I'll try not to.
Cardio. Do your cardio. Cardio. Lots and lots. All right. Thank you so much for being on Zombiepalooza Radio Live. Love you guys. I think we're going to actually try and do this again. Probably in the next couple of months. I want to see what kind of progress you're making and see how many more awards that you have won. And I'm very excited to watch your careers expand. Thank you again for being on. And what I need you to do now is please go up to the very top where the red courtesy phone is and go ahead and click.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Good night, guys.
Dee Dee.
Jackie.
I'm so tired. And I'm
so
like, no, you know what? You got all of, and you had all of your stuff. And there's just decisions that need to be made. And I don't really want to make them. And it's making me kind of a little bit misty-eyed. But I do want to go over. I think I sent, if he's still speaking to me, because I was kind of like,
Stephanie.
He loves me, I think. Hi. Please click the link.
Please come back. Come back to us.
He's gonna be like, screw it. I don't want to do this anymore because she was mean to me.
I'm going to warn you now. We do have a storm. I hear rain outside, so.
Of course.
If anything funky goes on.
Of course.
All right.
I love you, Doug. You gotta know that. And I did message you, and I said, please don't click that until I come and get you. And so what happens? What happens when you do that? Because my brain, what I try to do, because I have short-term memory loss, and I have that because I have post-traumatic stress disorder from childhood junk. If something like that pops out of the thing, then it's almost like I have ADD and I go into lockdown, and I don't want to be mean to anybody, but I don't want to stop out of my groove either.
Well, that's why I came in with the mic muted, because I was just going to sit back and relax with all the problems that we had yesterday. I didn't want to take any chances, pop in early just in case. I'm sorry. Hey, DD, what's happening, bud?
All right, guys, take it away. Jackie needs a little stress relief. I am very excited to have you back on. I am also excited to let you know that, yes, we are going to have you as a regular, because not because of the fact that you're so amazingly wonderful, but that you are extremely talented and people really like you and they are gravitating towards your projects, and you are also meeting some really very talented people that are asking you to be part of their projects. And I want to get into all of that by officially welcoming you back to Zombiepalooza Radio and getting Dead Door to say hello, and let's get this hour complete. Go.
Yes, absolutely. Hi.
Good evening, Doug, and welcome to the show. And let's get it going.
Dee Dee, you're going in and out.
Thank you.
I this is, for anybody who says, hey, this is a really easy thing, if you look at it and you take it hour by hour, and people usually they do podcasts or they do film work, or they do maybe some small segments, and they think, oh, hey, it's not a big deal, and they can go pretty fast with doing it. It's cool to have something like that, because you need to get your foot into the door to be able to do bigger projects. But when we have something that is consistently supposed to be 5 hours, and we've been doing this for so long, when
Right.
it comes out of sync, it looks like we just got into doing it. But here, this show, this entire thing for this evening shows you what it is like to be truly indie, have lots of life situations to have to deal with, have lots of technical things to deal with, have multiple personalities to deal with, and be
Can't
able
speak for
to get.
yourself.
I know when you got lots of personalities, because you
I got quite a few personalities myself.
I know,
I know about 5 off the top of my head. There might be a little
Talk-
bit more.
talk about, though, what when you're putting a film together, and
Mhm.
you're starting from a script, and then you're going and you're pulling all of these personalities that come to you as characters in this particular piece, and then you got to go out and get live action characters that will reflect what you're trying to put on the paper, and you've got to deal with all them. You're not just dealing with the personalities from what you've got created on paper, but you're dealing with everything else that goes along with it.
Yep.
Talk about your experiences, and I think we're going to take that as a different kind of a way that we're going to do your interview this evening. I want real hardcore, what it really is like to be able to do this, and the stuff that you have to deal with on not necessarily a daily, but for the experience.
Well, it's been a wild ride, to say the least. I came up with a couple of scripts that were award winners over at Horror Hotel, and I wanted to take one of them into a movie. In thinking about who do I know that could fit this role or that role or that role, I started asking them one by one, and luckily, they're all on board. And then it's just a matter of finding like the backstage talent. And I know a lot of people, especially down in Ohio, who want to come in on this. Now we got to get to the budget, and we put the numbers together, and we're like, uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit more than what we initially thought.
Mm-hmm.
And right now it's a struggle getting the financing together for it.
Right. There are a lot of really, really decent people that have some deep pockets when it comes to financing, but then when you're talking about as much as what you need, and we're not going to put that number out there right now, but as much as what you need really some heavy hitters that are going to come in there.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And the problem that I'm personally seeing, or at least thinking that I'm seeing, is that I'm a first timer in the indie film. This would be my first film, so people don't know me. So when I come, when I ask them, hey, can I get X amount of dollars for backing financing, they're looking at me, who the heck are you?
Right.
So now I have to go other venues to get my name out there, and then go back to these people and say, remember me? Well, now I got this, and this behind me. How about that financing now?
All right, so let's talk about what you're doing in the process of trying to get this film produced.
Well, the film I want to get produced, my own screenplay. It's called Twin Carnation. And what I'm doing right now is in May, one weekend in May, and every open weekend in June, I'm going to be down in Cleveland helping Johnny Woo with his movie Inner Self, the movie. Yeah, I am really, 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 really excited to be working with Johnny Woo, to see, what he sees from behind the camera. I don't care what I'm doing back there. I could be holding the boom mic for all I care.
No, right?
It's
Give the people who do not know whom Johnny Woo is and why he is so influential in downtown Cleveland, especially in Little China.
Well, he is like one of the biggest Asian filmmakers in Ohio, if not the biggest. So a lot of people know him, and a lot of people who are coming overseas, from China or Japan, they go right to him because he's the man in Cleveland.
Right.
Excuse me. So his name is out there all over the place in Ohio, and it's slowly getting out there. He's got his own web series called Trace, a Doctor Who. Was it a Doctor Who fan club series?
Yes. Fan
really long, but the short version is it's called Trace, and it's all sci-fi based, and he does a lot of it in his own studio. Looks absolutely amazing. So he has his hand in Horror Hotel. He's got his hand just about everywhere imaginable.
The man knows how to market too.
Yes, he does.
Let's talk a little bit about some things that he said in a seminar last year.
Okay.
One of the very important things to do is to be very aware of timing when it comes to getting people to pay attention to what you have. And when I sat in on his lecture, he said one thing that I was like, yes, I'm trying to get these people that are around me to pay attention to. You don't do your marketing. You don't start your marketing when your product is finished. You start your marketing when you start your product.
Right. And there was some things I did early that, I caught myself on, try to correct, and it all relates to basically getting the word out there.
Right.
I'm learning from my mistakes. Like I said, it's my first full feature film, and the budget is way out there. So.
All right. So we were talking initially before we went that route about different kinds of things that you are doing to get your name out there. So give me a project or idea and stick with that through the beginning to the process of where you are, and then go to the next one.
Yeah. Well,
thank you.
I was just about to do that.
Cool. Before I rudely cut you off, I apologize.
Okay. Anyways, after Trace, I think in July or August, somewhere around there, I'm going to be going out to New Jersey and be making my on-screen debut as an alpha werewolf in my buddy Tom Ryan's production, Endangered. It's a short movie, probably going to be 20, 25 minutes, and I appear like at the last 10 minutes of it. But I'll still take it. No problem. It's a name. It'll get IMDb credits. That's all I'm looking for right now.
Well, and to talk to us a little bit about the importance of IMDb credits, even if it is beginning indie film and indie experience.
Well, no matter who you talk to, if you want somebody else's help and you don't know this person and you're coming, let's say I'm Joe Schmo meeting, I'll take an arbitrary name that I just happen to know, Gary Jones. He works with Horror Hotel a lot. I know for a fact I need his particular help. He doesn't know me from Adam. So the first question he's going to ask me is, what's my IMDb credit? He wants to look me up before even working with me to see if I am actually legit in what I'm asking. So to get an IMDb credit in any form, it's huge these days. And if you could get your name in I don't care, a script consultant. That's what I'm doing right now for Horror Hotel, transcribing their web series along with their skits they throw in and the time markers and all that. I'm getting IMDb credit for that. I'm going over to Jersey, getting IMDb credit for that. I'm going to be getting some kind of IMDb credit with Johnny Woo. And after all that's said and done, I'm in very, very, very early talks with an actor friend of mine out of Ohio, Jason Klingensmith, with his production, Open Casket. And I'm going to be playing the killer in that one too.
I'm starting to get an idea that maybe you might be being typecast.
I don't care.
Right? Get in there and get yours, because it is...
For anybody who does not know me, that does not know me personally, and Jackie, you could attest for this because you stood right next to me.
I have.
I am 6'8", 225 pounds. Standing next to me, I look very intimidating, and that's why they want me. They want me as the alpha werewolf. They want me as that killer that lurks in the woods or behind the shadows or whatever. I'm typecasted like that. I don't care. Give me the credit. I'm yours.
Right. And though it's also important to, even though we joke about the typecasting and things of that sort, what it does, number one, is it makes you in the footprint of becoming established. Then when they go to look at the project after it's been completed, they look at the project and they go, okay, so yeah, I get it. And he really put in the effort, and it looked it looked like it was believable. He just wasn't just screwing around. And then not only that, they look at the production company or the group that put the thing together, and they also base your IMDb credits on how that actually ended up looking. So you want to make sure that when you get into doing these kinds of things, that you don't get into sloppy stuff and things that are like, oh yeah, we got this really great idea, and then there's parts all over the place, and they don't look like they have anything together. And when you get to the set, people are all over the place, and they're standing around, maybe drinking beer or wine or smoking stuff.
Yeah, what anybody does on their own time, hey, whatever. You want to have a beer, you want to go out and smoke on your own time, fine. On set, I don't care. Dry set.
Right.
I that's the only thing I ask is dry set. Make sure everybody there is straight and sober and can understand what you're talking about. Right.
Because you need to make sure that people are, you got a lot of different kinds of things that you have to consider when you're putting a scene together, and there may be, as we were talking earlier, there may be lighting issues that if you need to wait for a particular time, or if you go past that, then you lose the coloring the way that you want it, or if somebody comes in snookered, they're not gonna look right on set no matter how much they try to sober up.
Exactly. Like an Open Casket, I know it's very, very early works, and it's more or less an announcement than anything, but almost towards the end, I'm actually in a wrestling match with one of the actors, and we're going back and forth, and he's got a knife in his hand. I hope and pray that he's not drunk or whatever on set during that sequence.
Even if it is
I could either he could hurt me, or being as big as I am, I could seriously hurt him.
Right. Even if it's a prop, you still got to better pay attention to what the heck you're doing.
Exactly. Dry set. No, I'll work with you, but you do on your own time. Hey.
Okay. DD says that there is a question about typecasting. Actually, go ahead.
It's a question or comment about typecasting.
Sure.
I know my buddy James, he has a view on typecasting that majority of actors do not want to be typecast because it gives casting directors a variety on themselves.
Well, for right now, I don't mind being typecast. But when you look back at people like Kane Hodder, he's typecast as Jason. Robert Englund, he's typecasted as Freddy. They've been doing that for 20 years.
They make a living off of doing that. By the by, though.
Right. They make a solid living doing that. And if I could develop a character like that, you want to typecast me as that person? Okay. The tall man from Phantasm, typecasted for 5 movies. So what?
He's getting bucks. He's getting paid.
Exactly.
Oh yeah. So you're saying it's pretty much a personal preference. Like you want to be typecasted. Maybe I don't want to be typecasted. So
right.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. Some people don't mind. Some people like me don't mind it. Others may not want to. But hey, that's their own thing. Right? Me. Hey, whatever. Use my height for your advantage. You want to typecast me? Be my guest.
You know, but wouldn't it be cool? Wouldn't it be cool if we could get a screenplay that puts you in as a very good guy who actually has the solution to the bad guy? Because you know, when we talk a lot about getting the audience to be very interactive with what's going on, and sometimes they will go automatically hop to it and go, that's got to be the bad guy because he looks like a bad guy. But wouldn't it be cool if that bad guy was really the good guy?
Okay. I got the perfect scenario for that. Kane Hodder, typecasted as Freddy for 20 years in like 5 movies of the Friday the 13th series. In a film that's going to be coming out this year called Death House, you look at him, you think he's the bad guy because he's Kane Hodder. No, he's one of the good guys that's helping the people escape.
Yes. And that's a way to beat the typecast thing, because you can also use though your beginning typecast as a way to be able to be very influential in a new film like what we were just talking about, and so that you can be kind of a cool asset at the end of everything. And wouldn't that be so neat to be able to have a chance to be a good guy and go, see, told you I was a good guy.
I wouldn't mind it. Hey, as long as I get the credit, I don't mind doing whatever you want
right?
me to do.
It's about being able to, first of all, just get on that set, because I know that when I had conversation with James as a actor, he was always very excited about being able to get on set and have something new to do, and it is a thrilling experience, right?
Yeah, I
See,
can't
I'm
wait.
typecasted as a dead guy though. I'm stuck with that one.
Well, there's no cleaning you up, and there's no changing your voice and whatnot, and you move kind of slow. So I mean, it's.
But we are
Well, I could be a mortician.
Wait, yeah, you could be. Well, I can get you some spray on tan if you want.
Yeah, maybe.
I can help you out that way. The other thing is that you are kind of sort of changing your typecast, DD, because on this show you are very knowledgeable, you're very helpful, and very likable.
That's all those doctors I've eaten.
I was trying to help you out there, but okay.
I know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
He's a zombie. What do you expect?
I don't, bro. I expect a lot out of my zombies.
It's those bad doctors. We'll put it that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So.
Yes, ma'am.
I met you through Horror Hotel, and I know that you have met a lot of other people through doing conventions. Tell people whom are still listening to this show and will in future time how important it is to be able to get at least 1 or 2 experiences a year as an indie creative at some type of film convention, if they're in fact film people.
Even if it's once a year, like we save up just for Horror Hotel, and if we happen to make the indie gathering, which is held in August, then so be it. But we usually go for just Horror Hotel. You've got to go, if nothing else, for the contacts. You get to meet the actors. You get to meet the producers behind the scenes. You get to meet the directors. There's a couple of people who actually do finance films that you'll be meeting. And that's one of the reasons why I can't wait this year to be talking to those people.
Although, what I want you as new people, if you are going to be going to any conventions and you are indie creatives, the biggest thing that I want you to do at your first experience is go in and listen, watch, see what's going on, and you're going to gravitate to some people, and you're going to stand back more from others, maybe because they're extremely knowledgeable, and you're just kind of like moving into it. Yeah, that network. You're right, DD, is extremely important. Networking, though, has
definitely
a lot to do with listening to what is going on around you. That means listening to films, going to watch them, listening to speakers. What else is very important for an indie creative when they're first stepping into the convention experience?
Well, when I first stepped in, I didn't know anybody from anybody, and through the graces of Christina and later Ray, because Ray was more available than anybody, he pulled me aside and said, hey, I want you to meet this person. I want you to meet that person. And next thing I know, I'm meeting 30, 40, 50, 60 people in an hour's time span. And now from that point, anywhere I went, hey, how's it going? You're going to have a cigarette in about 5 minutes? Yeah, let's go outside. I'll talk to you. Excuse me. So just to go and network, and even if you don't know anybody from anybody, as soon as you meet that first person, it's just going to go like dominoes. Hey, why don't you come over and meet this person? Why don't you come and meet that person? It's an experience. Got to do it, at least one.
All right. So, DD, do you want to ask the next question, please?
I'm working. I had to get over to the mute button. When you're networking, how do you talk to the people? This is a question for you to tell new people coming in. When you're networking, what do you say to those people?
Well, first, it really all depends if you're meeting them like a one-on-one, or if there's already 2 or 3 people around you. I'll just, if there's a couple of people around, I'll just shake their hand, meet them, and then sit back and relax and listen to the conversation. And when I hear something important, then I'll jump in and say, hey, oh, by the way, this, da-da-da-da-da. And then I'll meet them and interact with them that way. One-on-one, it's more of, hey, what's your latest project? Oh, I got my film, XYZ being played, screening room A at 5 o'clock. Oh, what's it about? And, and meet them that way. Or like going back to Gary Jones again, you see him at a vendor table. All right, big fan of your work. I know you're from Xena. I know you're from Paul. Was it the Giant Axe, or Paul Bunyan and the Giant Axe?
Oh yeah, who was in that one? I can't remember. But that man and that crew was so nice.
Something tells me that it's Ray Mukes, but I know I'm wrong.
But I will tell you, and also talk about the kinds of personalities that you get at something like this, and how the connection from these total strangers is almost like you already knew them.
Well, it doesn't matter who you are. A lot of them will welcome you in like they've known you for years. Some will even consider you part of your family. Like Christina and Ray. Christina's my little sister. Ray's my older uncle. That's how I look at them. Everybody else is a cousin, or my bro over here. Come on, buddy. We're all just one big happy family.
Right. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to give a little bit of insight into what my first experience was over there with Horror Hotel. And it was actually my first convention that I was invited to be able to do Zombiepalooza Radio Live. And we were doing Facebook Live.
Yes. Yes, we were.
The videos from there, and I had my son Joshua with me, who is also part of indie community. He's had a couple of acting experiences, and he's excited about doing more.
Speaking of him, the last movie that I transcribed for Horror Hotel, towards the end when they're doing their little skits, he was in one of them, and I'm like, I gotta get a freeze frame of that.
He was put together as a zombie. by GDFX, my guy over at GDFX, and right now I can't remember his name, but he knows I love him. So and then he went.
I think there's pictures on the website.
Yeah, there is. He finally got into the character, and he's going around, and Christina Michelle has her equipment, the videotaping equipment, and she had her set going on, and it was a little bit before she was ready to go on, and he's looking at the camera, and he's like going all like that, and you can tell he's really into what's going on. And then she says, you need to get
zombie help
behind the computer.
Zombie help is behind the camera.
Right. The crew is supposed to be behind the camera, not in front of the camera.
Yeah.
Or something like that. It was a stitch. I loved it. It was very very good comedic timing, and
Yes.
it was not done purposeful. It just kind of happened.
It just happened, and you can.
It's the best comedy.
Yeah.
It was really funny. All right, so I'm trying to send a email as we're going along. All right, so my first experience in this particular email. All right, my first experience at Horror Hotel or at a convention, I felt very much like on the outside of everything because I didn't really know too many people there, and I had Facebook conversation with them, but I didn't know them in person. And even though on this show I'm very open and gregarious, and I can act a fool, and I can be very serious and all that, I get very shy when I'm around a lot of people I don't know, and I'm like, I stand off to the back and I watch what's going on. And so finally, Christina had come up to me and she says, okay, she gave me a place to set up and all that, and I said, well, I'll start doing interviews anytime you want, and just put me where you need me. And she started sending me people, and the interviews were happening. And as I was doing the interviews, I was like, in the beginning, nervous because I don't know these people. These people don't know me. And I'm not expecting them to either. A couple of them actually recognized the show name. I was like, wow. But I know, right? So, but then I started doing the interviews, and they would go and they would talk to other people about what their interview experience was. And then before I knew it, I had a bunch of people coming to try to get the interviews. And I was just thrilled by that. And that first night when we got to sit down and start talking with people, or was it? No, it was Saturday night.
It was the second night.
It was the second night.
Technically their third night, but our second night because we got there a day later, a day after it started. Yeah, because it's a 4-day event. It starts on Thursday and goes until Sunday after mid-afternoon. So the Saturday night, we were supposed to go down to where the bar was and listen to the music, and they have some dancing and stuff like that because I think there was a DJ or whatever, but it was like incredibly loud. Yeah, well, Skippy, the evil clown there, was dancing his behind off. He posted several videos of him.
They had a good time. There was a lot of people in there that had a really good time, but by the time, if you're working, and you're in a situation where you're talking with people, you want to relax and you don't want to have loud stuff. You want to just be able to sit. Right. So there were a group of people that decided that they were going to take chairs from all over in the lobby and gather them up together, which to the chagrin of the people that were the shopkeepers, the housekeeping, they were ticked. They did not like that. They were like, so you moved my stuff. I can't believe it, but we're not stealing it. And we're not getting it dirty or, being sloppy or anything like that. We're just sitting here having conversation.
Well, they should know every year, when we
do that.
When I was there the year before, they did it. So they should expect it.
Right. So they were. I was standing. As a matter of fact, there was an empty chair, I think, or a chair that I could use. But I was like, I don't know these people really well. I want to hear what they have to say because I don't want to really go to my room and I don't want to go swimming or anything like that because people know I don't swim well. I sink, kind of. Don't do that good. So I was like, boy, it is really kind of a cool experience to be able to be, though, on the outside, just watching how they're interacting. And it was just an amazing experience. And then one of them looked up at me and says, why are you standing there? You're part of what we're doing. Get over here and sit down.
That was probably...
That was Saba.
Oh, that was Saba? Okay, our buddy Saba.
Yeah. Yep. And I was like,
okay,
I was a little hesitant, and then I was like, yeah, I think I'd like to sit down. And then what I did was I sat down and I watched the people talking, and then there come finally a point in time where I felt like, okay, jump into the conversation.
Well, they could, just by the talking around, they came up with what a 20-minute short based on something somebody said, and wouldn't it be nice if we added this? Oh yeah, and then somebody else jumped in, and and before you know it, we basically had a story for a 30-minute short.
Right, to be able to film inside the hotel itself.
Yeah.
There was I was walking down the hallway. No, actually, when I first got to the hotel. Here is my Friday afternoon. It's about 12:30, 1 o'clock. I didn't know check-in wasn't until 4, but that's another story. So I get there, and during that particular time of year, there were what are those bugs that make those noises?
Cicadas.
And the cicadas. Okay, so my husband and I were on the highway, right? And every once in a while, we're hearing this really loud, droning kind of sound. And I was like, well, that's kind of weird. And then I'm like, it must be some kind of plant or something like that. That's, production company. So we're driving, and we get closer to where I need to be. And the sound is getting
louder and louder and louder.
And I told my husband, this has the beginning of a very bad B movie.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like it. It's kind of creepy, and I don't think I like it.
I love.
Then all right. So then we get into some very dense fog.
Mm-hmm.
Cue the fog, right? And so the fog is coming in, and he's making his little, look, master, the fog's rolling in, blah blah blah. I'm like, you're not helping. And I'm going to be here, yes, with my son, but basically by myself. And I don't think I really like this. And it's building. And then we get into the driveway of the hotel. And I'm looking at the hotel and I'm going, you've got to be kidding. Now, this is nice inside and all of that. But on the outside of it, it looks kind of sort of like the Bates Hotel. And, it is a horror film festival. And so maybe all of that. But
people was not standing at the front gate.
Oh, when it got to that was all they were missing. But they did have somebody at the front desk that acted like I was an intruder. And I didn't have my teeth in or nothing like that. I would totally look totally normal.
Well,
defamed in the whole bit. And right. And so I I went up to go and try to find somebody to talk with, and when I found the person to talk with, I kind of sort of wish I didn't find that person, because they weren't very kind of
Helpful.
open and responsive or helpful. And then my husband came in and he was bringing the stuff inside, and I went, I really don't think I want to do this. And he goes, "You've already paid for the rooms. It's already done. You're going." And I'm like, "No, don't you hear you saw the fog, you saw the noise, and even when you walk right inside, you can still hear that droning."
Yes.
And so I didn't go out very much. Now and that was part of, we were talking separately the other night before I brought you in this evening about what happened to me after I had the experience of being at this convention. Because the colors are very muted, and
Right.
it's a different kind, literally a different kind of world. When I got into the car and I was going to leave, that wasn't so bad. But when I got into the Wally World, where I had to go do some shopping because I hadn't been there for a while, and I needed to get stuff for dinner, yada, yada,
Right.
yada. The bright colors, the bright lights, the bright colors, the people walking around, the loudness of all of it, babies crying, people being loud, all of this, I had a panic attack.
You weren't used to it. You were not used to it at all. Yeah,
And I freaked out.
We are in our own little world for those 4 days. We don't know what's going on. We don't care what's going on. We want to concentrate on networking, filmmaking,
Right.
lectures, sit at the bar, interact, whatever, tell stories, get some tips, set up interviews, because there was not only you there, but there was also somebody else there from another.
There were like 2 or 3 different people that were doing interviews, all at different times. It was
even
really
our man,
great.
even our man Skippy the Evil Clown.
Yes.
He would grab people, spur of the moment. "Hey, I'm gonna interview you." What? Yeah, we're Facebook Live, and okay.
And this guy, Skippy the Clown, let me tell you, all right? Some people know that I have a thing about clowns. I can tolerate basic jovial clowns and stuff like that, but the ones that look like the really creepy weird and all of that are emotionally...
You mean these guys?
Good. They were... I told him, I said, all right, so I told him that I was going to do his interview, and I'm outing myself here. I told him I was going to do his interview, and I was all very excited about doing it. Yeah, because he's a character actor, and he's very good at what he does, and all of that kind of thing. But I couldn't bring myself to do the interview with him because he was in full costume, and his costume was so unnerving to me that I couldn't do it. And he ended up actually chasing me around, not running after me, thank God, but chasing me around because I would run into him in certain particular areas where like if I was doing an interview or if I was like coming back for doing something, and then I would see him, and then I would say, I would love to, but I gotta, and then finally, I actually came up to him. I think it was Sunday morning, or sometime around in there.
Saturday night, Sunday morning, somewhere around there. Yeah.
I told him why I had been avoiding him so much, and yeah, I admitted I was avoiding him. I said, I would love to do an interview with you, but you have to remove that mask because I have some kind of weird phobia about it, and I know you're a wonderful person, but I need to be able to have that space in between your character person and your actual person. Can you do that for me? And we still haven't gotten a real full interview because most of where he's comfortable, and this is another thing you're going to run into, most of where he's comfortable is where he is in that full
he was on Saturday night. on Saturday night, he was in his costume till
2:00 in the morning.
Yeah, it was at least 1:30, if not later. Yeah.
And after I left from the convention and I was able to start processing, and it took me about a week and a half to process everything.
Hmm.
Literally with the
Right.
interviews that I was doing, and then my experience that I had, and then the meltdown I had, and then all the other stuff. So it will take you some time to process. I then started thinking what I had told you about the costume and the mannerisms. And so you're going to run into people at these conventions that are either going to be very, very attached to their look, or they're going to be able to take the look, put it aside, and go and sit down and do an interview that's separate from it. I told him, I said, I'd be happy if he had like a thing of how, his full character is, so that we can see both at the same time. But it didn't go the way I wanted it to. Hopefully this year he'll be there, and hopefully he'll have something like that.
He's there every year. Yeah. Well, him, Christina, and Ray all work together, not only on the convention, but also on their show, Horror Hotel.
Yeah.
And he works backstage.
He's very well liked, and he wouldn't get this kind of stuff if he was not well liked.
Oh yeah, and I like him not only as Skippy, but I also like him as Jason too.
Yes.
He both. He's very down to earth.
They are both characters.
Yes.
He is a character or on set or not on set.
But I love him to death.
Yes. Very personal.
Absolutely love him to death.
Go on Google Hangout.
Oh yeah, we could go and Google. We could do Google Hangout. We could do that.
Yeah.
You're not face to face with him. I mean, you can.
Right. Yeah, I'm thinking about that. Yeah, you got a good point there, Dee.
Well, he does a lot of, he posts a lot of stuff where he's talking with somebody on his page too, so you might want to get with him on
that. I don't want him to think that I have forgotten about him, because I have not. There are some people that you're going to remember because they are amazing people, and then there are going to be some people that you're going to look at that and you're going to go, I want a different experience either with that person, or I don't want to do that again.
Right.
No.
Yeah. I've been personally, I've been very fortunate that I've been meeting the right people.
Right.
I would say 80% of who I've met at Horror Hotel, I have as Facebook friend, so that way we could interact and bounce ideas off of each other. Mm-hmm. Or, I know when they're putting out their next project and whatnot.
Right. All right. So, we've talked about the indie convention experience. We've talked about your experience putting together materials. We've also talked about networking and why that is important. Yes. What other kinds of things do you do socially to be able to get people to know that what kinds of stuff you do on a regular, on a daily?
Well, I am actually a very boring person on a daily life. Outside of trying to get my script to Incarnation up and running and working with Horror Hotel, if they have something for me to transcribe, or if I'm reading a script or whatever in between, I'm also looking at sports sites because I co-host a weekly sports podcast.
Yeah, give me a little bit about that, because we've had interaction during the off season, so to speak, about the sports stuff, and talk about the different kinds of things that you're passionate about with that.
Well, I co-host. It's a show called Dueling Aces, and you could find us on Facebook at Dueling Aces, or actually it's at My Dueling Aces. I'm sorry. My best friend George Grayshaw and I just decided to throw this together for, initially for a couple of our friends, because we were talking about it for about a year or so, and just put it out there for our friends to listen. And then it's slowly building and slowly building and slowly building. I'm known as the Demon from the D, the Knuckleball Wizard. He's just basically G-Man, Mr. ESPN, I guess you want to call it. I got my sports teams. He's got his sports teams. A couple of people we know are very passionate about where they live. Okay, so they're also a jeweler out of Pittsburgh. We got a Philadelphia jeweler. We have a New England jeweler. I'm a Raiders jeweler. George is a 49ers jeweler. You know, on baseball, I'm the Cubs. He's the Indians. Our Philadelphia contacts is with the Phillies. Our New England contacts with the Red Sox. You know, so we're just basically talking about sports and talking about what happened during this past week. What are the big name stories? What needs attention? Or what's just a tidbit somebody got traded?
Sometimes you call things.
We call
and then
money.
What the big people do in your sports world and the big, media, they steal your shit.
I wasn't going to use that word, but
it's late and I'm tired.
Yeah, we have called a couple of things right on the money before anybody and everybody has said word one. And then they claim, oh, we're the first ones. We have a show in November that you should take a listen to. And we actually called them out on it. And of course, we're getting no response back. We're not expecting a response back. But
here's something that I want to point attention to as far as marketing and things of that sort. I do a lot of research on marketing to be able to figure out different ways to be able to either help the show primarily, but to help others that are indie try to get better exposure. And I have found that big corporations that have big bucks are what they're doing. They're going in and looking at what indie people are doing, and they are either
replicating that,
or they are taking things and becoming more, as they would say, they now have a term, guerrilla marketing. They stole that basically from guerrilla filming, which is a definite indie term, and they found that it is working.
Yes, you know, some of the stories that are coming out of Hollywood, you know, they're like, oh, really? Didn't we see this in this film over here? You know, from a sports podcast, like I said, the 4-letter network says, oh, breaking news. Really? We got a show 2 months back you should listen to.
Right.
You know,
and you know, sometimes
the big guys are always trying to eat up the little guys.
We
have to fight back sometimes.
We make an issue about it, kind of sort of, we giggle about it, but sometimes that can step on a very raw nerve. And so copying something is supposed to be a form of flattery, but then there becomes a particular line that you go ahead and cross over where you're like, oh, that's mine, I'm going to take that. It's plagiarism, you know, for marketing. It's not right.
Technically, if we really wanted to press the issue, technically, we could have probably turned around and tried to get a hold of lawyers and say, hey, they didn't break the news. We made a mention, and then it became a discussion back and forth on our show. Take a listen. We called it. Yeah,
but, you know, lawyers are expensive unless you have a friend that's a lawyer that says, hey, I want to do this. And so the big companies will also say, well, we got the bigger pockets, we got the deeper pockets, and you know, you're basically screwed because, you know, you're just a little fish in a big pond, or whatever.
You got to pick and choose your battles.
Right, and that's also with making sure that you pick and choose the kinds of people that you run with. Now, the next little piece here is why it is important to be surrounding yourself with as many people whom have more experience than you, so that you can learn from them and be able to make improvements.
Well, you have to surround yourself with people that know what they're doing. Like I'm going to be working with Johnny Woo. I'm going to see from his side what he sees through that lens, what makes him a good cinematographer, what makes him good director because he does this and this, and take mental notes.
Right.
Going to Jersey, I'm going to be, now in front of the camera. Now I get to be the one that's getting the directions of where they want me to go, and I see how, let's say, Tom or whoever's directing is telling me, what to do, and I get pointers from him. All right, when I get ready to do mine, I can take his pointers and whatnot. You all right?
I'm squashing a bug.
Oh, okay. So it's always good to surround yourself with people that know more than you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Especially if you're trying to get a project done, it is really important to do what you have to do. I need to get an office, is all I got to say. I need to have 4 walls, a door, maybe a window, something like that. I just need to do that.
Build an extension.
I know, right?
Easy on the window because you got sunlight coming in. Just saying.
All right, so here is something a little different that I might step out. Well, I'm going to step out and try to do. I had a gentleman that when he saw all of the shit hitting the fan and flying around and all of that kind of stuff, he stepped up right away and he said, "How can I help you?" And I don't really know this man from Adam. And I have been talking with him a little bit during the course of these past 4 hours. And I told him, I said, I'm going to extend the show for at least another half an hour. You are welcome to stay. I would like it if you can stay for the experience. He's going to be brand new to this. I don't know if everything is going to work the way it needs to, but I'm going to have, I'm going to bring him over. So DD, please, ask questions, make statements, whatever you would like to do with Doug. I know that you know him. Entertain.
Zombie. Entertain somebody.
Please. You're very talented. I know you can do it.
I think. I do want to go back about networking. Okay, say I'm a new guy.
Your sounds, DD, your sounds are all, DD, they're all bubbly. So what I would like you to do is go to Plan B, please. Thank you. Plan B, hit that button. He got an Air 43. I'm not going to be able to bring him on.
Oh, he's getting the 403 error. Ooh.
It's okay.
Okay, there we go. The morph is on now.
Please, thank you.
Doug, going
Yes.
back to networking, say I'm a new guy coming in, new indie, and I want to start networking. What are the things I do not want to do? Absolutely no. It'll put me on a blacklist and nobody will work with me. Type thing.
Well, I don't know about the movie front, but I'm going to give you an experience I had when I was in IT. We had to subcontract out for help on getting a project done overnight, and we had to do it rather quickly. Normally, when you meet somebody, they say, "Hi, my name is John Smith. I'm your help. For this evening. What do you need me to do?" First words out of this guy's mouth was, "Hi, I got a 196 IQ, and my name is John Smith. Nice to meet you. You're a little lower than me. I'm only here to waste a few hours." I called my boss immediately, so I get him off site now. So it's people like that. I don't know how somebody on the movie side would be acting, but it would be somewhere along that line. They'd be like, "Yeah, I want to stay away from you."
I ran into about, was it 2 or 3 years ago, but there was a convention that was local. So I guess this convention, I didn't watch the films there, but what I did was I talked to a lot of the people that were vendors, and because we were kind of sort of still popping around new ourselves, we needed to get out there and start meeting some more people. And I ended up meeting this group that had done this one film with this particular producer, who ended up, they found out much, much later, being a pedophile. And there was paper on this person, and it was a legit call that he was pedophile. So I was there, mind you, and I didn't know that at the time, that this person was like that. And I thought that some of his character persona was very odd, but I didn't pay too much mind, because you're going to meet a lot of odd people that don't fit necessarily into, so you don't know what you don't know.
We're the social norm outcasts.
Right. So
Expect the odd.
So I went, and I was I had my children with me, some of whom were still rather young, and we were walking around, and then I noticed this person kind of becoming very close to close to my kid, and then I started looking at some of the other things that he was doing, and I went to my husband and says, "You get our child away from him before I hurt him." And I didn't even really know who he was.
Yep.
And then I found out later who he was, and let me tell you, I wanted to go. I didn't find out until we went actually to the Waffle House afterwards, and loved the Waffle House on Niles, in Niles, Ohio. You guys are crazy and great and all of that kind of thing. I went there, and we were talking with another group of people that were sitting down in the restaurant. And they happened to say his name, and I was like, I went over and I'm like, what do you know about this person? Oh, well, this person, blah, blah, blah. And this is, and they showed me on their pages and stuff for the Google and all that. I wanted to kill him. I wanted to go back there. I wanted to find him, and I wanted to put him in the ground.
Sounds like you met up with Victor Salva from Jeepers Creepers.
It wasn't him, but it was somebody. I'll tell you that. Yeah. And I had a, before all of that, I heard at that particular convention, it was mostly okay. It was kind of shoddily put together and all that, but there were some people that were really worth interviewing, and we did a lot of really great work. I met some amazing people there that I wouldn't take that experience away from having it. But if you've got children, if you've got young people that you want to get into indie film, and a lot of people have, this is how they get started, you need to make sure that you vet the producers and the creative people that are going to be on that film, and make sure that it is safe for your especially your young loved ones. And you need to be present. You need to have an adult with them present, so that you can watch everything like a helicopter person.
Oh yes, definitely. Like my movie Twin Carnation, there's two little girls, and one is Sailor Holland and Alexis Arnold are the two girls. Mm-hmm. And both both. For a sailor, it's actually the uncle who would be the guardian, but both of them have said, we don't go anywhere. They don't go anywhere without us, and everything gets approved through us. Mm-hmm. Absolutely,
you walk them to the bathroom if they need to go to potty.
I fully understand. Go
and you
for
make
it.
sure they're, if they're on set, then you stand there, or you sit there, or you do whatever you got to do to watch what's going on.
Yeah, I've had conversations with Alexi's mother, and she's like, "Oh yeah, whenever she's on set, I am right there."
But then you know what? There are some people that will just drop their kids off, or their young people, and they'll just be wherever, and then they wonder why something happens. Not all the time is that like that, but every once in a while, there's always that 10% that we always talk about on this show that are going to be complete and total assholes.
Yes.
And it's going to happen.
Yep.
So it would much rather that it not happen. Well, what I am very just absolutely like thrilled with is that we managed to get through a good solid 4 hours of hopefully some decent entertainment. We've had some amazing guests on. The sets are getting better.
A little bit better.
Yeah. You know, we're improving, and I love too when the guests are very aware of how things look, and make sure that they have clothes on.
Yeah. You really don't want to be talking
That's
to anybody in
number
there.
one. You gotta have clothes on.
Yeah, well, we've had some interesting experiences, especially within the last couple of months with stuff like that. But these episodes are going to be going on to Channel 10 in Texas. It is a public access station. We are thrilled to be a part of it. Fanboy TV is amazing. Gavin Stone is amazing. William Hauser just has my gratitude. He's the one that actually introduced me to all of that, and he's actually the reason why this show is still on air, because I did cut it off for about 4 months.
Right.
One person
From September till what? February?
Till somewhere
February,
like
March?
that. I'll catch you up later on that. Good does a valiant effort though. I do have someone. I told him I would give him a shout out. This man, when he saw that I was having all kinds of problems and was literally having a meltdown on air, he came and he said, what is it that I can do? And I will do whatever you need to do right now. If you need me to come on and all of that kind of thing. And so just beautiful shout out. You're going to make me cry, damn it.
You're the one who's talking. I'm not making you do
I
that.
know, right? To Daryl Neely Sr. for coming to the aid. And I appreciate you so much. What we're going to do with you is I'm going to talk with you during the week sometime. We're going to make sure that we get you on, and we will give you a full hour because you definitely deserve it. And you can bring whoever you want to on. We will make sure that we... Yes, Daryl Neely Sr.
That's one of the chatters in the chat room. Hello there.
Yeah, he's been watching. So yeah, we're gonna do that next week. We're going to do whatever it takes to make sure that we do not have the bumps and different kinds of things that have happened. But for this episode, for anybody that is curious, we are not going to edit any of it. It is all going to stay the way it is because we do things
live. It's live TV.
Raw.
You never, yeah.
It's raw.
We like it
You don't edit.
We like it raw.
Live.
Yes, we like it raw. There are too many podcasts out there and too many streamcasts out there that are too afraid to make mistakes. And
yes,
you make mistakes, you learn from your mistakes.
You learn from your mistakes. Exactly.
Right.
On our sports podcast, you should hear our very first show. It was horrible, but we made improvements. We changed a couple of things, and we're a little bit better. We're not 100%. We're a little bit better. We're still wondering why almost 20% of our listeners are from Norway.
Norway? That's
Norway.
Very interesting.
It's like, what?
But what do they do in Norway? It's snow all over the place.
Yeah. So they got to listen to for entertainment. So, hey, they listen to us schmucks.
Way to go for the schmucks. I love my schmucks most of the time.
Yes.
All right. So, Dee, I am exhausted from the day, and I got to get something to eat. I have not eaten yet, and I kind of think I need to go pee. So,
Yeah, you do.
You
take us out. Take us out, Dee.
Okay, for all the guests that showed up tonight, thank you so much. I will try to make it on time next week. I promise. And for our zombie guru, thank you for showing up. Thank you. Doug, you're awesome. Jackie, we love you.
Thank you. Yes.
And for everybody else out there, everybody have a good night, a good morning, and a good afternoon.
A good whatever.
That's all, folks.
Bye, y'all.